And here to do that for us is Jimmy Witcher, pastor at Trinity Fellowship Church. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here with you, and thank you for all you guys. We pray for y'all regularly, so appreciate your service to the community. Father, we just come before you today and just ask for your blessings of wisdom and grace on these leaders. We're so thankful for the service that they provide to this community, and we ask that you would impart to them, by the power of your Holy Spirit, just decision-making ability to go in alignment with your will. Let your Spirit move among them and move throughout this meeting. And Father, for the city and for this region and for what this city means in this region, we ask that you would open up heaven and we declare your kingdom come, your will be done on earth in this region in your name. God, let your will be manifest. And we ask for blessings. We ask for your protection to come, your provision to come, and your shalom peace that passes all understanding, complete well-being to come and fall as a blessing on this community. So we bless this time and we commit it to you in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you very much. We have one proclamation today, Council, and it is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I'm going to the Pledge of Allegiance. See, what would I do without the Mayor Pro Tem? She reminds me everything. Yes, would y'all join us, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Frida. Okay, back to our proclamation. If you're here today on behalf of Domestic Violence Awareness Month, I invite you to stand. Our space up here is kind of crowded, and you may wonder, why are we meeting down here instead of meeting up here? Up here, it's so straight, we can't see each other's faces. And so some of the things that we need to talk about, we need full-on communication. We need body language, we need facial expressions, and we need to be able to look each other in the eye and communicate. And what happens more than anything else is we all look down the aisle to talk to whoever's sitting in that far chair, and everybody can see the back of everybody's head. And that's all they can see. So we're just trying to have a better group dynamic here with this setup on the floor, and we think it makes us better as a team, the five of us. So that's the why behind this. But it does create cramped space up here. So if you're here for domestic violence, we would love for you just to join us at the front of the room. Do we have anybody here today on behalf of this proclamation? Okay. Well, we're still going to acknowledge it as a council and read it. Whereas domestic violence is a serious crime that affects people of all races, ages, income levels, and sexes, and whereas the crime of domestic violence violates an individual's privacy, dignity, security, and humanity due to the systemic use of physical, emotional, sexual, psychological, and economic control or abuse, and whereas 1 in 4 women and 1 in 10 men have been victims of some form of physical violence by an intimate partner within their lifetime. And whereas in the United States, more than 3 women per day are murdered by their male intimate partners, including husbands, boyfriends, ex-partners, and dating partners. Whereas in Amarillo, Texas, in 2020, the number of emergency safe home days provided to adult and child victims totaled 2,927. And the number of family violence calls to the 24-hour hotline totaled 1,557. Whereas in America, 65% of all murder-suicides are perpetrated by intimate partners, and 96% of murder-suicide victims are female. And domestic calls are among the most dangerous and potentially lethal calls for responding law enforcement officers. And whereas domestic violence costs the nation billions of dollars annually in medical expenses, police and court costs, shelters and foster care, sick leave, absenteeism, and non-productivity. And whereas only a coordinated community effort will put a stop to this heinous crime, now therefore we, the mayor, and the city council members of the city of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2021 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And we're asking everyone to play an active role in prevention and ending domestic violence. And we urge all Amarillo citizens to actively participate in the events and programs aimed at increasing knowledge and raising awareness of domestic violence. We call on all Amarilloans to speak out against domestic violence and support local efforts to assist victims of these crimes in finding the help and the healing that they need. And this is given under our hands and seal of office this 12th day of October 2021, signed by all 5 of us. Definitely a difficult issue, one that tends to get pushed out and hidden. So we're grateful for an opportunity to bring it to the forefront, as you each probably know someone in your circle of friends and family who have been a victim of domestic violence. Anything a council member wants to add on that? Okay, with that, we will move on to the first part of our agenda. Yes. Okay, moving on then to public address. I'll pass it over to the moderator.
Hello, and thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we're glad you're here to share them. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items. Every speaker has 3 minutes to address the Council. At the end of 2.5 minutes, a warning beep will sound to alert you that you have 30 seconds left to wrap up your thoughts. We ask that you stay within the 3 allotted minutes. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to items on the posted agenda. Doing so helps the City Council ensure we're following the Open Meetings Acts and are able to have an effective meeting for all. When you come to the microphone, please state your name and whether or not you live in Amarillo city limits. Again, thank you for being here today to share your thoughts with the city. If you are here to speak on item 3D, we ask that you make your comment during the public address or the public hearing. This is for efficiency's sake and to help keep records accurately. So it's up to you at which point you'd like to speak on your item. First up, we have Mr. James Skank. Next up, we have Mr. Joseph Sheehan. Oh, my goodness.
Okay. It's 100% just having to do with making this circle so we can see each other's faces. So future speakers, if y'all don't mind just going through that back using the center aisle, that would be great.
If there are any, because I just signed up a little bit ago. I'm back again to speak to the public address because here, once again, when we have a public address opportunity and then we have public hearings, somebody that addresses you now during the public comment doesn't get to speak again, by your rule, to the public hearing part, which I would like to, but that cuts that off. And I don't know what y'all are going to talk about during the public hearing, so I would be ill-informed to speak ahead of time about what you're considering in the public hearings. And I would like for that to be changed to where, even though you spoke right now, that you get an opportunity to do that. Much like it says in 2840, you can speak to an agenda item, especially a public hearing, at the time that it's going on, not now. So I'm not really speaking to that, even though I'm fixing to. Okay. In reference to the rezoning things that are going on, it's by government. It's not by citizens. It needs to be by citizens, not by the government. It's a property rights issue, in my opinion. I've been watching and listening. It's a property rights issue for those particular people that have property in those areas you're wishing to rezone, not them. And then finally, the tax increase, fear tactics, vote no against a blank check. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skank. Next up, we have Mr. Joe Shane. I apologize for mispronouncing your name earlier. Following Mr. Joe Shane is Ms. Barbara Cromer.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Joe Shane and representing George Chapman. I appreciate you guys letting us come and talk to you again. I'm talking about, I think it's item 3C on the agenda for the Heights Part 1, Number 1. One of the things that was just mentioned, the process that we usually go through to get plats redone, and we help a lot of people, or to get zoning changed, we help a lot of people do that. We usually have to provide a meets and bounds description of the property. And if there's been one provided, I couldn't find it with anybody on the P&Z, and maybe you guys have one, we kind of put together a list of 22 pages of everybody's property, and they're talking about a property total of 602.85 acres. That includes the streets and the alleys. At least it appears to, when I go back and total up the number of acres that appear to be owned by somebody, there's about 400 acres. And we've put together a petition that George Chapman has participated in with you guys. It's my understanding from discussions with Chris that they're counting the 602.85 acres as the total acres that we're having to have 20% of, but in the stuff that we've submitted in the petition, they're not including the streets and alleys. Now, granted, in the petition, it appears that we have enough acreage that you guys have accepted the petition, but the reason I'm making that point is because it's critical that we're comparing apples and apples. So if it's in the initial submittal, the streets and alleys we'd like to see it in the addendum or a petition for the acreage and of course, just to make the point again about normally there'd be a meets and bounds description for everything to be rezoned, and if that's been developed for this project, I haven't ever gotten a copy of that. So remember, George Chapman wants something good to happen. He owns a lot of property out there, and so I'm not here to say we don't want anything done, but we'd like to all be working together and have everybody on board and agreeing to the rezoning as opposed to it just being something that's forced out there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Next up, we have Barbara Cromer, followed by Mr. Alan Abraham.
Okay. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the leaders of Amarillo. You guys have probably known me by heart by now. And as always, I'm here to speak for the senior population of Amarillo, but specifically about the Senior Citizens Association. And I'm reminding you that the seniors are the foundation of Amarillo. We're the ones who helped Amarillo grow into the city that it is. When I was a little kid, Amarillo wasn't anywhere near what it is today. And, you know, we live here, we work here, we shop here, which is important. We pay our taxes here, we vote here, which should really matter to you guys. And as you know, over the last 10 months, I've been here every time, and I've presented you with numerous examples of the services that we provide for the senior citizen population and the low-income population of Amarillo. And these are the people you pledged during your campaign, because I was at all those political forums as well. You pledged that you were going to service even the senior population. And the senior population has been the most impacted by COVID, as you will notice on the news and everything, with the isolation, you know, the fear of leaving their homes and stuff. And for almost 50 years, ASCA had been a huge part of downtown Amarillo. But between being kicked out of the Amarillo College building and COVID, it destroyed what the Senior Citizen Association had been and the services that it had provided for over 47 years downtown. 47 years we had been there. And that's important. And because of all of this, we have not been able to feed the low income and the senior population of Amarillo for almost 2 years. We lost at least 50% of our membership, and we lost all of our income. We couldn't do fundraisers. We couldn't, you know, sell meals, which we made very little profit off of the meals, very little. But it helped. You know, it kind of helped pay the bills. But we lost all of that. But now, with many prayers, and a lot of hard work that it wasn't even in their job description to do, we may be fixing to reopen the meal service if we can get the last little thing approved through the inspector. But without the help of this ARP money And we need help from the businesses of Amarillo, like we got back in 1973. We need help from the citizens of Amarillo, even if you can give $5. But those of you who can give $50,000, I mean, we need help. But anyway, without that, we may only survive a few months. And although we need a permanent building, we especially need the funds just to continue to operate. And then here's the bottom line. We are standing before you right now at a make or break point. And you have the power to decide if ASCA is going to survive. So it's in you guys' hands. We need you. We need your help.
Thank you, Ms. Cromer. Next up, we have Mr. Alan Abraham, followed by Mr. Arvil Williams.
7205 Southwest 35th in support of Ordinance 7926. I live in Puckett, and my neighborhood doesn't need your help with zoning, but the North Heights neighborhood does. There are a few in-number property owners with disproportionate vested interests in the North Heights who are doing their best to upend the rezoning initiative. Now let's get real. This council is heavily invested in economic development and revitalization, granting tax abatements, supporting two-tiers boards, creating its own Office of Economic Development in coordination with AEDC, consultant contracts to incentivize growth, amending the comprehensive plan twice in 6 years and a third time coming up soon. Under Planning and Development Services, you've invested in economic development and neighborhood revitalization as part of your Community Counts program, and most recently added a Development Customer Service Coordinator to help builders navigate the city's permitting and building codes. And now, all of a sudden, some of you get squeamish about an unprecedented application for a tried and true development tool called zoning, because it might impinge on a few property holders' profits sometime in the future. I should remind you that you are elected at large. You are North Heights' only recourse to municipal government. And right now, North Heights needs you as their advocate against the baser profit motives of a few landholders. City zoning laws are a keystone building block to economic development in any neighborhood. Nothing changes until the zoning laws are compatible with the desired future growth. Whatever the cost, this is your opportunity to alter a past wrong and to give North Heights a new lease on a different kind of future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. Next up, we have Mr. Arvil Williams, followed by Mr. Paul Bochart. Excuse me.
Arvil Williams, 1313 Northeast 3rd. I want to thank Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Stanley for voting against the first round of the rezoning. I'm anti to that. The reason is 10 years ago and 16 years ago, I bought a property, two properties in both those years, and I rehabbed them. I cut the weeds. I put tenants in them, and I paid my taxes, and I did nothing illegal on the properties. All of a sudden, here comes a group of people that says, I would like to reduce your rights in your property, which you have bought and paid for, and take them for my own. They're asking you to be complicit in doing that because the zoning laws have been in effect 40, 50, 80 years. You're saying we're going to set aside all of these laws that we've functioned under all this time, and these are going to be the new laws. When those new laws come into place, what's to keep the people saying it doesn't really matter? They didn't enforce the old ones. There's value in the law, in the zoning laws, and we're entitled to it because we own the property. There is no person that's come forth and said, I want to do this with this property, and I'm going to do it if this passes. There's no obligation on anybody's part that's going to be the beneficiary of this change if it's passed, that is obligated to do anything. Nobody has orally said, I'm going to build a house here. Nobody said, I'm going to bring in low-income housing. Nobody said what the real purpose of this is. And this commission has spent this city has spent an inordinate amount of money trying to get this passed. Postage, drawing all of the visuals and things, this is my 9th meeting I've attended trying to get people to understand. Those issues were settled when the properties were zoned. If you want to rezone a property, there's a process for it, but it addresses that property and those that neighbor it, and they come to an agreement that it is going to be permissible or it's not going to be permissible, and it's at variance with the existing laws. If the city wants to do that, they have a process called eminent domain. The only difference is if they side against the property owner, they have to write him a check for what they took from him. The people that have applied for this are asking you to be complicit in aiding and abetting them in stealing my property rights. And it's not, as the preceding speaker said, it's not about the money so much, it's about the rule of law. And under the things we start, folks, you need to put this to bed and quit spending our money trying to get it passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next up, we have Mr. Paul Borkhardt, and following him, we have Reverend Rupert Brashears.
My name is Paul Borkhardt. I live at 3915 Colleen, and I live and work 100% of my time up in the North Heights at Wonderland Amusement Park. We've been there 70 years and been an asset in that particular community, and some of the community leaders there have asked me to express the opinions about property rights. One of the things that I'm concerned about is if you've purchased property in that area of the Heights, you own that property, and it was zoned at that particular time. So what you're trying to do is blanket this particular thing and change the zones to do what they want. I think anybody that owns any property anywhere, that the owner and the developer of that area should be the ones that determine what is actually in there and not change the zones as they are. If they are, it needs to be a unit that is together that does agree to that. Right now, what you're asking you to do as a zoning committee and the rules that are in effect are going to be thrown out. And what it is that we're going to issue a blanket that if you had a zone of a certain kind, now it's going to be the new zone in that area, and you won't be able to sell your property under what you purchased it for. So those are the items that I think we need to say we don't want this kind of zoning at this point in time. It should be up to the developer and the owner of the property to determine what it is and not come in later and find out that somebody's changed the zoning on you so you can't do what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borkhardt. Next, we have Reverend Rupert Brashears, followed by Mr. Timothy Gassaway.
I'm Reverend Rupert Cecil Brashears, Jr. I heard a story one time. Mr. Miller, city manager, great big man about your size. He was talking to his son. He says, now, son, don't ask a man where he's from. If he's from Texas, he'll tell you. But if he's not, don't embarrass him by asking. Let me tell you how you get along with a Texan. Leave his money alone. Leave his guns alone. Leave his wife alone. And leave his property alone. And you can get along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brashears. Next, we have Mr. Timothy Gassaway.
Point of order first. Since I actually signed up for 3C and 3D, I'll yield my time back and speak on D. Is that okay?
Thank you, Mr. Gassaway. At this time, that concludes our public address. We appreciate your comments.
And we'll move on to the agenda and look at item 1A, which is, Council, is there anything there in your packet that you had questions about or that you want to move to the front to ask a specific question about? Okay, not hearing anything. Item 1B is an update on the broadband initiative. Mr. City Manager.
Hi, Mayor. We've got Rich Guyon, our Managing Director over IT and a number of other areas, to introduce the item and also our special guest today. So, Rich.
Absolutely. Mayor, Council, Rich Guyon, CIO Managing Director. I thought I would start our update by taking us back to how and why this started. The digital divide is not a new thing, or in this case specifically, the divide between those who have access to high-speed broadband and those that don't. It's not new, but COVID really highlighted the issue for us. What you're looking at is actually a heat map of students in AISD, thousands of them, that don't have access to broadband internet. Education was actually the easiest place to see it in, but there are other areas that this impacts life. City services. I keep saying I'm actually one of the culprits, part of the problem, because I have a creative staff that's constantly looking for new ways to give access to services and information for the convenience of our citizens. But in doing so, there are unintended consequences, and we sort of create two levels of citizenship in our community. And that extends to social services and health care. I still have doctors who telemedicine is their go-to now. That's the first line of defense. But you can't do that if you don't have broadband access. Banking. Pretty much all the services in 2021 are tied to online access. And, when we first started this, we partnered with Connected Nation, and one of the first data points that they brought us is, oh, by the way, the Panhandle is one of the most expensive places to get broadband internet. So if you take that data point and then you marry it with the fact that 68% of our students are on assisted lunch, it magnifies the impact of the problem in our community. We also have critical infrastructure needs. In 2021, you don't build infrastructure that's not connected. We have an automated water meter project. We have traffic signals that need to be connected and automated. Public safety is connected everywhere they go. There are other smart meter projects from other vendors. Infrastructure must be connected, and there are parts of town where that is very difficult or impossible for us to do. Maybe. There we go. And then I just want to bring to the forefront this digital equity problem also creates a huge workforce development problem. Students that are connected get better grades. Kids who get better grades graduate more often. Higher graduation rates mean more post-secondary education, whether that's trades or college. A better educated and equipped workforce brings better paying jobs to the community. And if you want to take a case study in what success looks like, one of the best to look at is Chattanooga, Tennessee, who went through the effort of ensuring that every one of their citizens and all of their businesses were connected back in 2011. And then they looked 5 years later to take a look at what was the impact of getting our community connected. Well, their unemployment rate started at 10% in 2011. 5 years later, it was cut in half. In 2011, they had thousands of dollars of venture capital invested in their city. 5 years later, that was $50 million invested in their community. By 2011, they were ranked number 3 in the nation for wage growth amongst mid-sized cities. So there were only 2 other cities whose wages were growing faster than Chattanooga, Tennessee, 5 years after their project. And just this year, the University of Tennessee completed a study of what was the 10-year impact. We've had 10 years go by, so how much economic development can we actually directly attribute to that to that single project? And the answer was $2.6 billion in economic growth that they directly attributed to that project. And that's all, and also an additional just under 10,000 jobs that were added or kept because of the project. Sorry, it's not going. There we go. So what was our approach? We use something called rapid experimentation method. In technology, we actually call it proof of concept. And the whole idea is to build a small version of your solution and test your assumptions, test the technology, make sure that it works the way you think it did. In this case, the proof of concept we set up, we actually solved an internal problem. So we had 3 facilities that we needed to get connected. Public health has an annex right next to the existing public health building that didn't have connectivity. We were having some difficulty getting connectivity over at Ross Rogers, our golf course. And we have a bomb shop for the bomb squad of the police that we needed to connect. So we used this technology, we used those needs to test the technology itself, our assumptions, to see if it worked. And we actually did this, kind of proof of concept with more than one technology. We tested other solutions. And then once it was built out, we also did cost modeling, and that's actually really important. For each technology, we looked at what is the cost over a 3, 5, and 10-year period. That's important because if you look at these projects, these broadband projects, most of them fail, and it's not on technology. It's on the lack of diligence around what does it cost and how is it going to be funded in year 5. A lot of these, what you'll see is a brilliant technical presentation, and the last bullet of the project is figure out how to fund this long term. And we didn't want to go down that road. We wanted to make sure whatever we proposed would be in place and sustainable for the long haul. So the solution we're proposing is actually something called point-to-multipoint 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi. And let me start by answering 2 questions that I've gotten repeatedly. That is not 5G. So 5G actually stands for 5th generation LTE. And 5G can run a very wide spectrum of frequencies from way down at 700 megahertz all the way up to 11 gigahertz. 5 gigahertz is a frequency. So we're looking at 5 gigahertz, not 5G. And the second question I want to answer in advance, I've also gotten it, is our solution is limited to the same power levels that Wi-Fi is limited to inside, outside. In fact, it's the 5 gigahertz that we're proposing is the exact same 5 gigahertz that my iPad is connected to inside this building at the same power levels. So we're not getting the distance and speed because we're turning it up to 11 and baking our community with high intensity radio waves. Same power levels. We're looking at a municipally implemented solution, and I say that because when I start to look at this era in broadband, it reminds me a lot of the early days of electricity. If you go back and look how electricity was rolled out across our country, in the beginning it was largely cities and regions that were rolling out their own grid, and then private sector came behind that and started absorbing all of these smaller grids into a larger system and getting economies of scale that would keep electricity affordable. I say that to say this is not something that we'll probably do forever in perpetuity. It's just not going to happen. But we can get it started and then hand that baton off to private sector to carry it forward. We can do that for one reason specifically. We're not for profit. We technically can't make profit, so every bit of revenue that comes in has to go into generating more infrastructure and supporting existing infrastructure. The other part of the solution that's important is it greatly reduces the cost for broadband speeds. It meets the federal requirements that of the ARP program of 100 meg both ways, which means you have 100 meg upload and 100 meg download speeds. And by the way, we're getting that at distances of just under 3 miles. And we're not trying to compete, right? What we're trying to do is provide low-cost, family-friendly access for students and unserved citizens. And we've done this from the start, partnered with Operation Connectivity, AISD, Region 16, and others in the community. Here's what the solution actually looks like. It's actually pretty simple in concept. In the middle is the network core, so think of that as like the data center, that's switches and fiber and internet access. And if you look on the left side, there's a little triangle with an antenna on top. That would be a water tower. So a water tower would have radios on top of it, and those radios are actually going to be able to reach out and connect students at distances of up to 3 miles from. So a 6-mile diameter would be covered by a single water tower. But then the beauty of these is you can actually extend. You can put a single radio, or what we call a mesh radio, out on a pole at 2.8 miles from that water tower and now extend an additional 3 miles. So you don't have to run fiber. You can actually hop from your base station to another radio and extend or overcome things like geographical areas. There are areas of our town where we do actually have some terrain. So it would, if you had, it's true. You know, you look at areas like over by De Zavala, there's a rapid fall in elevation, and the problem that you have to address is that water tower is going to shoot radio waves over everybody that's in that depression. Well, this solution lets us put one radio at the beginning of that elevation fall and just rebroadcast that down into the lower elevation areas at a very low cost. So we're not having to fiber all of that. On the right-hand side, the other piece of the solution I'm really fond of is it gives us some flexibility. Same idea, water tower on the right. We're rebroadcasting to a mesh radio that could be 3 miles away from a water tower, but then that radio can do area broadcasts. So Wi-Fi like we have in this room, only you could do it at a park, in a downtown, in a community. So it gives us the flexibility of using both solutions where they make the most sense. Thing is taking off on me. So here's a view of what it actually looks like. In the top left corner is what we would call the base station. So those are the radios that would be on a water tower. Antennas all the way around the tower giving you full coverage. If you come down to the right, that little dish is actually a point-to-point antenna on a home. So they're about this big. They would be on the home, and that would give better than 100 meg connectivity both directions. And then the interesting one is the next one on the tan building up in the right. That's actually our bomb shop. And what we're testing here is a mesh radio using a solar option. So in rural areas where power is sometimes a problem, we're testing this particular solution with 2 solar panels and a battery backup that will let that radio function for 5 days with 0 sun. And in a community where we get 300 days of sunshine a year, that solution is phenomenal. And then the last on the bottom is actually just an area Wi-Fi. That is a mesh radio on a traffic signal, and it's just broadcasting Wi-Fi over that area. That'll reach about 5,000 feet. So depending on what your obstacles are, it has pretty good coverage area. You know, I like this solution because it fits our needs. I'm a technologist. I have been for 30 years, and if you say to me, you know, what's the best technology? My answer is always going to be it depends. What problem are you trying to solve? This solution works very well in the Panhandle. We are typically fairly flat. We have line of sight to almost everything. It's very good in rain. So one of the first questions I got is, what about rain fade? Well, 5 gigahertz loses about half a dB, which is a power level, over every 1.5 miles. Almost nothing, unnoticeable. That opens up the opportunity to look beyond Amarillo. Because when we started this, you know, we're a regional thinking crew up in the Panhandle. We wanted to see, you know, what could we do in Amarillo, and could that be replicated outside our city limits? So we really have 2 projects really going at the same time. We've been working with Gabby Rowe out of Operation Connectivity, and now we're not just looking at Amarillo Connected, but we're starting to look at the Panhandle Connected. And with that, I'm going to introduce Gabby Rowe.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor Nelson, and thank you, City Council members and City Manager, for having me here today. I'm honored to to be able to participate and collaborate in such an important, groundbreaking project for not just this region, but also for the state. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in the coming slides. But I wanted to start by talking a little bit about Operation Connectivity. Many of you have heard about it before, but wanted to make sure everyone knew who we are and what we are doing. Operation Connectivity was founded in May of 2020 by collaboration between Governor Abbott, the Texas Legislature, DISD, and the Texas Education Agency. And it was given the mandate from the start to find a solution to connect all 5.5 million public school students in the state of Texas to first a device, a keyboarded device for use in their home, and second, to reliable high-speed broadband sufficient for learning. And that last part is particularly important because sufficient for learning, we have learned in the last 2 years, means it has to have upload and download speeds that allow you to get on Zoom and Teams and do a variety of activities simultaneously. That means that many of the legacy solutions used particularly in more remote areas of our state simply don't meet the standard necessary for that kind of use of connectivity, which means that not only are we looking at unconnected areas of our state, but also underconnected areas of our state, and the Panhandle is a perfect representation of what that means. So Operation Connectivity was broken out into 3 phases. The first, which began at the beginning of COVID, was to ask districts across the state what was the problem. And the first thing we discovered was that they couldn't get a hold of devices, they didn't know who needed them, and they were stuck entering a business that they never knew they were going to be in the first place. And so we began the first phase of Operation Connectivity, which was to triage and provide devices for students. We were fortunate enough to receive about $1 billion of funding through local and federal means, and were able to get 4.5 million devices into the hands of students before the end of 2020. However, we call it triage because it was a Band-Aid. And what we discovered was that we went from being one of the worst one-to-one states in terms of devices in this country, and we ended up making virtually no progress in terms of connectivity. So despite the 1 million hotspots that we were able to put out in the state, we were still only covering 18% of the economically disadvantaged students in the state. That means only 18% of those students could get online to learn. Now that we have schools back in session, many people say, well, children are in the classroom again. How does that matter? Well, the first is weather, hurricanes, sandstorms, some of the few things, snowmageddon, that hit the state of Texas. But it also speaks to what Rich referenced earlier, which is economic development. It's the digital divide. It's the accelerated learning that we now need in order to help close some of the additional gaps that resulted in a year of underlearning, but also to close the digital divide that existed even before COVID came. So phase 2 of Operation Connectivity is part of our effort to do that. We are looking at commercially available service that does meet that high-speed criteria and helping districts access that across the state. Which brings us, though, to phase 3, which is, I think, really what we are here to talk about today, which is our work to help regions across the state serve those who are unserved. I would also add to serve those who are underserved throughout our regions. First, we created a set of maps that detailed the exact location by census block and census block group of those economically disadvantaged students, and then we extrapolated that out to the broader households and communities using the new census data. Then we reached out to communities across the state to find out what was already underway, what pilots were being thought of, what work was already done, so that we could support local efforts, because our experience has been the more local the effort, the deeper the care and commitment, which makes effort sustainable over time. The second part of phase 3 is to help those local communities find the funding and the support on both a state and a federal level to make those programs expand as far as possible within those regions, which really brings us to the Panhandle Connected idea that Rich just referenced. So I'm going to start with a broad map of the state of Texas that shows how many census blocks across the state of Texas currently register as having either 90% lack of connectivity all the way up to 100% lack of connectivity. So this is not underserved. This is purely unserved. And there are 828 census block groups that have no coverage in the state of Texas. That represents almost 200,000 unserved households and over 500,000 unserved individuals. Think about that in economic development terms and what that means. And I put this slide in just to put an emphasis on the importance of what it is that you are doing in the city of Amarillo, not just for your city, but for your surrounding region. Looking, however, at the Panhandle specifically, this is another map from the programming that we developed, which shows the districts that are outlined, the school districts outlined in the Panhandle, which are represented in shades of dark blue to white, based on the density of connectivity in each of those school districts. And the red dots represent economically disadvantaged students that are completely disconnected. And the size of that dot is the number, the proportional number within each of those communities. What you are doing here today in the city of Amarillo will have a deep, deep impact on the entire region and on many students and many households. Going even more deeply to look specifically at households, not just students that are disconnected. There are 74 census block groups that have no coverage. And remember, a census block group can be anywhere from 5 to 20 census blocks in it. There are almost 15,000 households that have absolutely no access to connectivity, representing almost 42,000 individuals. It is a huge economic impact for this region. Specifically, the effort that we're talking about today. Amarillo Connected and Panhandle Connected. Over the course of the last year, I have spoken to almost every provider that does anything related to connectivity in the state of Texas, as well as almost every pilot that is being done anywhere in the United States to bring connectivity to unserved regions, to ensure that we were getting the best of the best here in the state of Texas. And I can say with a fair bit of surety that Amarillo Connected is the leading connectivity pilot in the state of Texas today in several ways. First, in terms of private and public collaboration. The team that you have brought together as a city to build out this solution covers a wide spectrum of the vested interested parties in connectivity in your region. And not only are they around the table, but they are being listened to and they are involved in the solution, which makes for a very sustainable solution going forward. Second, the scope of coverage. Most of the other pilots being looked at in the state of Texas today have no more than a dozen to 24 participant households. The scope of this project is far greater, which again brings those economies of scale that Rich was referencing, which will allow this to be a long-term solution that interests the private sector going forward and will ultimately enable it to be taken out of the city and into the private sector for a long-term solution for the region. And last, the affordability of both the infrastructure and the services are unparalleled, not just in the state of Texas, but in pilots across the country. And the idea that this has been developed with the affordability of service in mind right from the front makes it a truly unique pilot, which means that your communities, your households who have the lowest ability to pay for connectivity, but quite often the highest needs, will be put at the front of the line for this service. That makes it a technology and a solution and an implementation that really leads the way in the state of Texas for solutions that other regions are looking to develop, and quite frankly, we are looking to develop across the state. The Panhandle Connect expansion of Amarillo Connected represents a best-in-class model for the Broadband Development Office and for the state as a whole. And I say that because you have developed a solution that can expand off of one technology backbone, and it involves all parties. It also enables leveraging of existing infrastructure, it allows private participation, and it allows for future economic development and expansion for everyone in the region, providing that much more support and funding going forward. The council of individuals that have been brought together to help develop Panhandle Connected have emerged as leaders in leveraging the collaboration of the development of this kind of a ubiquitous, universal solution that applies not only to education, but to universal health care. It applies to the application of workforce development solutions and all of the tools that allow a municipality to be able to make itself attractive for businesses that wish to come into our region. And it will take the Panhandle to the forefront of regions to bring new businesses to in the state of Texas. My job is to take the wisdom from this region and bring it out to the rest of the state, but everyone in this room should be incredibly proud of what is happening here in the city of Amarillo and in the Panhandle region. You really are setting an example for what is possible in the state of Texas and what could be more Texas than that. So thank you very much. And I would like to ask if any of you have any questions at this time that I can answer. I unfortunately am going to have to hop on a plane to get back to Houston, so I would love to be able to help you in any way that I can.
Council, questions for Ms. Rowe? While y'all are thinking, I just want to say thank you, Gabby. I mean, you've made multiple trips here to visit with our team, to listen to the ideas, to visit the concept, to add in, hey, here's what I've heard other people talking about. So I know you've been part of our collaboration, and I want to say thank you for that. It's been an encouragement to us, sort of a wind in our sails, to hear you say words like, you're the best pilot in the state on this issue right now. This is an issue that the entire nation is trying to solve. And Texas is obviously one of the biggest states in the nation, and it's so affirming to the work that Rich and his team and all the collaborating partners are doing to hear you say, I've been looking and working on this issue in Texas for several years now, and this team is doing it better than any team in the state. So I want to say thank you on behalf of our team, and Rich is humble. He won't say that we're doing this right now as well as anyone or better than anyone else in the state, but partly because of the encouragement that you've given us and the wisdom that you've brought with expertise that allows our project to keep getting better every time you touch it and every time you counsel this team on how to do it better. So I just want to say thank you for the time you've spent. You've been very intentional about being a part of this project, and we appreciate you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It is my pleasure, and I would add that I will be presenting on the Amarillo project to the White House's senior advisor for broadband in 2 weeks, because I am so proud of the work that you have done here. So,
thank you. Thank you for supporting us and encouraging it. Howard.
Oh, I absolutely defer to the council member.
Too repetitive, but I want to say what the mayor said.
thank you for coming here many times and talking to Rich. We've worked on this, a small committee, the mayor and I, and Rich and our stores.
Howard, will you touch your microphone for us? Thank you, because I want everyone to hear what you're saying.
You want me to start over?
Yes, thank you.
I'll say thank you, like the mayor said, for coming here and talking to Rich and recognizing what we have going on here. It's been exciting to see over the last little over a year how this has progressed. And I've been meeting with Rich and Laura Stores like every week, almost. It's a lot above my head, but I know what's the result is going to be, and so it's wonderful.
Well, Councilmember Smith, if we had a Hall of Fame for connectivity advocates, you'd be the first inductee.
Thanks, Rich, for leading us.
Yeah, amen to that. Any other questions from the council as far as, what the governor's broadband office is going to do, what funds might be available? Councilmember Stanley?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you coming in here and educating us on this. So a couple questions. You had mentioned the Panhandle Connectivity Council. Is that a group that you can share, maybe who all's involved in this?
Well, I will defer to Rich to give you the details on it, but it is the group of vested parties in healthcare, education, workforce development that have been presenting the problems that need to be solved and helping develop some of the solutions on how to get those support mechanisms out through connectivity. My role in it has been to bring in best practices that are happening in other parts of the state, such as remote healthcare. As I think many have discussed, there is post-COVID great challenges with the access to healthcare in our most remote regions across the state. We fortunately have technology that is now being developed that allow things like a clinic in a box to take place, and just bringing some of that wisdom to that group to see what you as a region may find applicable. But I'll let him speak to the exact membership.
Okay, and that may be a question for another time. Doesn't necessarily have to come up now. So
really that the Panhandle Connected is really our list of collaborators. It's the different agencies that have been working together to figure out, okay, how do we take this beyond Amarillo and across the Panhandle? That is primarily us, Region 16, the PRPC, Amarillo Area Foundation, and Texas Tech University of Health Sciences. And we've had others in and out, but that's the core groups that have been working together.
Okay, thank you.
I know there are other partners interested. At some point, you have to chew and swallow what you have already bitten off. And so I think, there's opportunity to grow this project, and that's certainly something that I know Gabby's interested in. I know the governor's office is interested in that, is watching it grow. But those partners that you listed definitely involved in this.
You're spot on. In the beginning, we had to kind of limit just to contain scope. So let's figure out how we can do this successfully, and then it will grow very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you'll speak to our model as a Wi-Fi model, and correct me where I use the inappropriate terminology, but is this the same model that you're looking to push statewide? So, or will there be different broadband solutions in different cities?
Well, I think to Rich's earlier point, I'll pull from my education background. Fair is not equal. There is no one solution that applies across the state of Texas. It has to be regional, and that those regional aspects have to do with things like what are the materials that people use to build houses? What is the topography of the region? What is the access to things like dark fiber that might be in the ground? And my role has been to be a little bit of the consumer reports of broadband solutions and help municipalities around the state understand who is actually doing what they say they're doing, as opposed to those providers who may be speaking somewhat aspirationally. We are technology agnostic at Operation Connectivity and at the governor's office and the Broadband Development Office. It's going to take a lot of different solutions to make it work in the state. What is particularly compelling about this technology is that combination of two different types of towers. There's a lot of discussion of radios and what kind of radios you use as the central part of the package that you're developing for fixed wireless, which is what this is. Unfortunately, it's not just the radios that cost money. And if you're really going to look at a long-term cost solution, you have to look at the full technology stack all the way down to what does the router look like in the family's home. And because there is that solar-powered add-on, that extender, for want of another descriptor, it doesn't require a power cable in the ground. It doesn't require fiber in the ground. It's a small, low-cost radio with a long-term guarantee. It has extremely low barrier for replacement. So if for some reason it does get destroyed, it's very cheap and easy to replace. And if that works for your topography, there is no technology that's better out there because the full stack works. To get really technical, another place where people spend a lot of money is on things like servers and processors and firewall that you have to put into each tower. This solution does not require any of that. And so you just have to pay for the radios and not a whole technology stack and maintaining of a whole technology stack that goes underneath it. So again, for this region, it is great. I'm working with East Texas as well in the beautiful piney woods of East Texas. This solution would not work. Not a chance. We, however, are working with a different solution that does work for East Texas. And so part of my job is to be a little bit of the no pun intended, connectivity pathway between all of the different pilots so that you, as a municipality, can get a little bit of the insight into what is the reality of what a technology can do versus what perhaps might be on its tear sheet or in its marking materials.
Thank you. So last question, just with the infrastructure and looking at long-term maintenance, updates, especially with something that moves as fast as tech. What you're giving us some confidence in is, 5 years from now when things have drastically changed, you're talking about the way that we set this up has the least amount of infrastructure with heavy lifting on the front end where we as a city wouldn't be looking at potentially subsidizing or not serving our community correctly because our radios are outdated and now the infrastructure has changed. So can you speak a little bit to that in the way of like how moving forward this would have, if you can throw a dollar on it, maybe we shouldn't, but in the way of like cost moving forward for maintenance?
Well, I think that I will leave the specifics of the cost model to Rich. However, I will say that the 5-year cost model that has been developed for this project is more in depth, down to the person knocking on the door to put the router in place in the home. It is more specific and more detailed than any other plan that is currently being worked on in the state. It is also being done specifically for that purpose of low-cost replacement and low-cost maintenance. The ask for this project, the $12 million, I know is a lot of money for any community. But if you hold that side by side with what more traditional infrastructure in the ground would cost, it would be 20 to 100 times that just to put the infrastructure into the ground without building out any of the other adoption services that surround it. That means that when you invest that much money in your infrastructure, you're not changing it 5 or 10 years from now. It's too expensive. And I think that is the sustainability component of what you have built into this plan that is truly brilliant and one that really not only will serve Amarillo, but so many other districts, even if it's not the specific technology, the philosophy of building out a replaceable and sustainable infrastructure for connectivity is is really a best-in-class example for the rest of the state.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions for Gabby? Gabby, talk just a little bit. The Broadband office, development office, has just opened its door, basically September 1.
Mm-hmm.
Will it have funding, and what do we know about it as a funding source at this time?
Well, fortunately, we're talking about this week instead of several weeks ago. 24 hours ago, the legislature did vote to fund the Broadband Development Office. They will be giving them all $500 million of the Coronavirus Capital Projects Fund, which is part of the American Rescue Plan. There's an allocation in that plan to each state. It is not being given on a project-by-project basis, but instead on a state-by-state basis. The governor's office has applied for it, and the legislature has voted that all of that money should go directly to the BDO. What that means is the BDO can begin their work now. They were unfunded to date, and it was unclear when that funding was going to come through to them. Now we have a path forward. They have been acquainted with the Amarillo project from September 1, which is when I had my first face-to-face meeting with them. They were not allowed to meet to discuss projects before that. 9 o'clock on September 1st, I was sitting in their offices talking about Amarillo. So Amarillo is very much on their radar. They have been tasked to distribute that $500 million in support of the parameters of the coronavirus funding, which is to support regional development of infrastructure for unserved, particularly economically disadvantaged communities across the state. What you are doing here very much fits what is being asked of them in terms of funding, and we will continue to make sure that your pilot is front and center for them.
Okay, so that's hot off the press update there. I think the only thing better would be if you had a check in hand, which I won't stop short of asking for. But a shameless ask for more funding to go toward this project. But again, we really, really appreciate your help on this project. Mr. City Manager, did you have a question for Gabby, or was it for Rich?
No, it was really just a comment.
Okay.
Don't want to draw too fine a point or draw too much attention, but I definitely want to make sure that we, for the benefit of council, for the benefit of our audience, for the benefit of our viewers, that we really highlight how unique Gabby, Ms. Rowe being here is. I mean, she's running the governor's and the legislators' broadband rollout initiative, and we're a part of this conversation. We're a part of this conversation, yes, because we have a great asset in Rich Guyon, who brings a unique skill set that most cities don't have and most regions don't have. So we're doubly benefited by that. But we're in a position to be successful and capitalize on the American Rescue Plan emphasis on broadband. It's one of very few areas of the entire plan that are called out specifically by name as it very clearly says you can do these projects. All the rest of them, we've been working on a lot of different initiatives. I know the council has asked us to research into through finance and other departments. Can we spend ARP money on it? Now to hear that the state has committed all of their resources toward the broadband effort really emphasizes just how important this initiative is. But our ability to be successful, all of those things, and Ms. Rowe being here, Rich being here, the money being available to help us when we needed the money, we wouldn't have been in a position to be successful right now if it wasn't for council giving staff the guidance and Rich the guidance back in 2018. Might have been 2019, but I think it was late 2018. Y'all made broadband a priority before anybody knew it was a priority, because we saw what was going on in our city, and then through the research of staff and other people, we realized it's a regional problem. So we were already putting together a regional solution, trying to work through our own resources to make it happen. And there was a gap there. We were going to need to figure out how to fund this project. And then coronavirus happens, then ARP happens, then the state of Texas really puts a commitment behind it that you almost haven't seen, I don't know, anywhere else in the country, except for the federal government putting the ARP money together and calling out broadband. I was just really wanting to put all those pieces together to show how special this opportunity to be successful right now is for us, and to be in this leadership role, hand in hand with the governor, hand in hand with the legislature, with Ms. Rowe. I'm so grateful for you personally coming here so many times.
So many times.
Over the last 6 months. It's not something that happens normally. It's certainly not something that normally happens in Amarillo. To have this degree of attention from the governor and from the legislature and from the state, and then support from the federal government, all on one thing that's so desperately needed. I really want to say thank you, but I really wanted to put all those pieces together so everyone's looking at them all at the same time and thinking how neat this opportunity is for us. Because so very rarely does a council or a staff or anybody have an opportunity to participate in something that's truly transformational. She mentioned that it was, Ms. Rowe mentioned that it was she likened it to implementing electricity networks. How transformational was that? This is a truly transformational opportunity for us, and I'm grateful for the state. I don't want to jump in front of council, but I really wanted y'all to be recognized as the ones that gave the guidance initially. Y'all were the mothers and fathers of this initiative, and you mentioned Councilmember Smith, also the mayor, and then the rest of council all jumped on board and made that happen. So kudos to y'all, too. I wanted to make sure that we redirected some of that to the people that actually made it happen first.
I think it's a great summary, and I'm glad you pulled all of that together. But Gabby, thank you again for your help. This is your first time officially in front of the city council, but you've been to Amarillo many times, and we still want to get you to a baseball game.
I did that last time I was here. And I even have the sod poodle hat, which I wear proudly around Houston. And I make fun of everybody who doesn't know what a sod poodle is.
Well, then I think what needs to happen is next time you come back, Paul, can we get a commitment that we can get her to Wonderland Park? And we will get her indoctrinated out there as an Amarillo experience.
Awesome.
Okay.
I look forward to it.
She's down for it, Paul. Okay.
And I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to support the efforts of Amarillo, and I look forward to continuing to do that in the months to come.
Great. Thank you very much, Gabby.
My
we
pleasure.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Rich, any final comments?
I'm not done yet.
You're not done. Okay, excellent. Yes.
No.
That's a yes.
Yeah, I do have a few.
Yes.
I wanna ask you a
Pull your
question.
microphone, Eddie, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am. So this is kind of going back to something Gabby said, and I don't think, maybe it wasn't in passing, but so is the way that this ends up working is that you've got these radio transmitters around. Does that mean that each one of these individual homes will then have a receiver,
Correct.
which then has coax, or it's got Cat5, Ethernet, and then it goes into a specific router. So in other words, my router's not going to be a router.
Sure,
that
it will.
Work with. Oh, it would?
Yeah, any router.
You just have to have you're going to end up having a receiver
Correct.
on your house that will have Ethernet from it to your router, and that's how you'll have your connectivity.
And it does power over Ethernet, so that could go into a power injector and then into I'm an Uber nerd. It's just going to plug into my existing system.
Right.
But if you don't have one, we've also looked at, a lot of the homes that we're talking about aren't going to have a router, so that would plug into a router in the house that would rebroadcast to Wi-Fi in the home.
And so that router will be part of this package.
Correct.
That goes into the house. So in other words,
Correct.
These underserved, underprivileged, different homes, you're going to have everything they need for them to immediately have the connectivity that they need for
Exactly.
school, banking, health, all of that.
Exactly. And then
it's all part of this package.
It's all part of this package, right?
There's nothing outlaid by a particular given citizen at all.
No, when we did our cost model, I come from private sector. I've started businesses. We are down to the nuts, bolts, how much wire we need for every install. We accounted for everything because that's where these projects fail. We needed to know the cost for every piece of this project.
Okay, that's pretty amazing. That's absolutely amazing, actually.
All right, if I can jump back in real quick. So, Jennifer, can you pull me back up? I can't express that's coming up. What a phenomenal partner that Gabby has been from the start. I just couldn't overstate that. So what do we do now? You've seen the data. When we look at Panhandle Connected, there are about 46,000 unserved or underserved students. So, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? Well, we looked at the first phase of Pretty Big Bite. We kind of categorized, we looked at all of the communities across the Panhandle and who has the least connectivity and prioritized that way. And in about 49 rural communities, there are 23,811 students that are underserved or completely unserved. This has been a problem for a long time, and it's a hard problem to solve. The hardest part of that solution is really, in order to have high-speed internet, that means I have to get high-speed internet from Amarillo to Fritch or Morris or Spearman, and that means I have to lay that infrastructure in the ground, and now you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. We have a solution for that, not because we're any smarter than any other region, simply because we're working together. I don't know why this doesn't like me. There we go. So, as I demonstrated earlier, same idea, right? So you have the core that we're going to build anyway for Amarillo Connected. So there's no reason that same core couldn't service Panhandle Connected as a customer, right? Now you connect out. Locally, we're still going to connect out to a water tower, and we're going to broadcast. But the beautiful thing here is all of those communities, those 50 communities I just listed, Region 16 already has fiber too. So now instead, we connect Region 16 to the core. We ride their fiber to a local school building. Now we can put a tower up at the school building, which will cover a 6-mile diameter, and use the exact same concept. Maybe we put a mesh radio on a water tower there and bounce off of that to get the rest of the community, and we're doing that at a very low cost. That's the key. It's the partnership. Because now we can offer something to a school that's very affordable for them to do to get students connected. It's a problem we have to solve. And this particular solution, as we've designed it, would easily accommodate 60,000 users. And just in these 40 or 50 communities we're looking at, we would be covering about 3,169 square miles of the Panhandle, which would look a little like this. Thank you, Jennifer. You saw Gabby's maps and where we're starting. I think this is an important problem to solve because these are the 50 communities that we can get lit up and get connected. And when we do that, we're not just going to transform the lives of 23,811 students. We're going to transform the lives of all those connected households. And frankly, we're going to go from being one of the worst regions for connectivity to one of the best in the country. And that is going to be attractive to businesses, to workers that we desperately need. I think it will uplift us beyond just individual lives. I think it have a massive generational impact on workforce development here in Amarillo. I can't say enough about Gabby's partnership. I also can't say enough about Region 16 and what a phenomenal partner they've been from the start. As you can imagine, I walked into their front door and said, hey, we're going to solve this problem. And they've hung with us as we've found about 50 ways to fail. Because that's what success is. It's failing until you find a way that actually works. And on that, I'd really like to give their new executive director, Tanya, a chance to come up and say a few words.
Welcome, Tanya.
Hi. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And on behalf of Region 16, we just cannot be excited enough to be a part of this. You know, I was a part of a conversation several months ago before I became the executive director. I was a superintendent in a school district, and it was a dream of ours in our community to get connectivity to all of our students, to all of our homes, and I'm also on the EDC. So the economic value was not lost on me. And then you fast forward and a meeting with Mayor Nelson, and I was getting excited. It was a dream that we had wanted to come true. As Rich said, you get all the right players together, and the conditions have been such that this dream has moved to a vision, and we are months away from that vision to being a reality. And so the infrastructure that we've had in place with Region 16, the vision of Amarillo, the help of Gabby Rowe, Rich's incredible knowledge and skills, and even the skills with the technology department at Region 16. Again, there are very few regions that have the capacity of service centers that we do. The stars have aligned, and this is not just exciting, it's inspiring. And we are bringing more than internet. We're bringing hope to communities for economic development, for students, in very rural areas that they just have not been able to get what they've needed. And so we're excited to be a part of it. We thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't mention our technology officer, Michael Keogh. He and Rich speak a language I am not a part of, but I'm excited to be a part of it, and we just appreciate you engaging us in this work, Gabby and Rich, and that we could be an asset for the overall outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you very much. And I mean, Rich, it is exciting, but the door was always open. I mean, as soon as Tanya's right, she wasn't there at the time at Region 16, but it's you and Michael essentially being able to explain it in a way that people could see a solution to a problem that's been around a long enough time to steal our hope. So I love that you use that word, Tanya.
Awesome. I'm excited. So now I'm going to take it to the meat and potatoes. I mean, this is what I want to talk a little bit about cost model and funding. As Gabby said earlier, what we're looking for is not to exceed $12 million. Just for Amarillo. Understand that is the cost for Amarillo Connected. That money's not going to support anything outside our city limits. I say not to exceed for three reasons. One, there are billions of dollars in grants. There are about 30 grants that we have queued up, and should council approve the work plan today, we'll immediately start submitting for those. And obviously, every dollar in grant money we get is less money that we need to accomplish the project. Two, our base cost model is extremely conservative. We're not going to fail for financial reasons on this project. When we looked at it, when we talk about $12 million, we base that on our base model is assuming no revenue aside from student connectivity over a 10-year period. It is not factoring in the savings. So if we roll this out, there are facilities that we have connected today that we're paying for that connectivity. Those would come off. That would get paid into the broadband office, not to an outside vendor. We're not factoring in the automated water meter project. Part of this infrastructure is going to have to be built to backhaul the automated meter traffic to the city. There's savings there not being accounted for. It's not factoring in additional partnerships and some of the cost sharing. So if you think about Panhandle connected, they're connecting to the same core, which means that cost starts to get split. So in the future, you could see, for example, the internet connectivity. We'll need more bandwidth, but that could be getting used by Amarillo Connected, Panhandle Connected, Region 16, and City of Amarillo IT, and now that cost has dropped 75% because it's being shared. It's a shared resource. It also doesn't include negotiated pricing. Like some of it is negotiated until this is actually a project. Now we could go into negotiated pricing, so some of that cost is going to come down. And that cost, that $12 million, includes, to your point, full infrastructure refresh in year 5, all the maintenance, contingency, and the operating reserves that we have to keep as a city operation. So we were maybe overly conservative, but we wanted to ensure that if this launched, we knew that for the next 10 years it would be operation, because the worst thing that could possibly happen is we fired this up, we got students connected, and in year 5, I'm not going to stand back in front of you and tell you that it's going to take tax money or we're going to disconnect students. So the third reason it is not to exceed is, so we're starting with a base of 3,000 students. If in 2 years we add an additional 3,000 homes at a cost of $24 a month, this project is cost neutral. It supports itself. Because we've gone with a very efficient, low-cost infrastructure, it doesn't take that many households to keep it afloat. So understand that's why it's not to exceed. Our goal is to continually be coming back to council and driving that number down. Does that make sense? Any questions?
Questions from the council about that?
In full transparency, we have all these cost models. I debated going through it, but that would be a 2.5-hour meeting. So I'm open to meeting with anyone who wants to walk through them. We have cost modeled every scenario, from worst case to best case. So anyone who wants to spend time, I can get down into the weeds with.
We do appreciate your streamlining.
Let's see, next slide. Okay, so next steps. Should council approve the work plan today, we'll really formally establish the broadband office. That will include one engineer that specializes in fixed wireless design. I know a few of those. A program manager really dedicated to helping us drive the grant funding and that whole process. And then we'll formalize our working group with some of the local broadband providers. We've tried to work with them from the very start. There's no sense in recreating the wheel, and there's opportunity for us to work together. Already we found opportunities to use existing dark fiber that wasn't being used. It makes more sense to work with, not against. We will convert the existing proof of concept into a pilot. As you may recall, an hour ago, we set up our proof of concept on the top of the police building that has a great view of north of downtown. So we would immediately convert that from a proof of concept into a pilot. I've been working with AISD to identify students that already live in that area. So we could have students online and testing in days, not weeks or months. That'll give us an opportunity to work through our processes, to work through the technology, do some testing, make sure that we're really ready to go when everything is lined up. We'll also formalize our grant application working group. So we've already been, as I said, we've been meeting with the PRPC and the Amarillo Area Foundation, and obviously Region 16, and Gabby Rowe will be part of that group, and we will launch an all-out assault on all grant funding that's available. And then, of course, legal will immediately start working with legal to ensure that our interlocal and all of our legal agreements are done properly, and we're doing this right from the start. And then next slide, please. From a phases standpoint, phase one would be to extend the north pilot. So we would leverage the water towers. Our plan would be to bring our initial purchases to council over the next 2 council meetings so that we can get that process rolling, so that as we finish our pilot with the students, we'll already have all of our ordering and all the purchasing done. We can immediately expand that. It's about $3.5 million, and it is all of the core pieces. It is the core infrastructure, so it's the internet pipes, the fiber, the firewalls, all the stuff nobody cares about but we need in order to make this work. And then the radios for the North Water Towers and some of the mesh radios, and in additionally the 311 software so that we can fire up our support center and have it ready to go. Phase two, we would just extend as we go across north over into East Amarillo and then come back across into Southwest. And that is very purposefully ordered based on need and where coverage exists and where coverage doesn't. That first phase will inform the other 2 phases on how long this really takes. The long pole and really the governing factor for us that we need to figure out is how many homes can one technician connect in a day, right? And we'll start to gather that data as we go through phase one and understand what our timelines are. But frankly, the infrastructure itself can be up in weeks, not months, not years, weeks. It's very easy. And then from next slide, please. From a Panhandle connected standpoint, our next step for that is we're identifying a community for a proof of concept because we need to do the same thing. We're identifying which community do we start with, How are we going to fund doing a proof of concept in that community? We'll execute that pilot, get the community connected, and use the data out of that to inform how we move forward with the other communities. And then obviously working with Brian and his team around contract and accounting structure. So we need to get the lawyers and the CFOs in the same room and make sure that we're doing this the right way from the start. And that's it. Any questions for me? Concerns?
Council, questions? Howard?
I just make one comment. I appreciate the test you did and invited me to. I saw you describe part of it, something on the police station, then you beamed something out to Martin Road Health Department, and then from there to Ross Rogers Golf Course, and it was all working and connected.
Yeah, works well. It's proven technology. This isn't the first time this has been installed. There are very large deployments just like this. We're just using it in a little different way.
Other questions? Okay. A couple here. You said just depends on how many homes can one technician connect in a day. Is the City of Amarillo staff doing the connecting in this first phase for sure?
In this first phase for sure. And then that's kind of the pieces that we're working out is do we contract out some of that? Because I think it will become the limiting factor of how quickly we can actually bring students online.
Okay. And so everyone who gets connected will have that receiver on their house?
Correct.
And then what about public spaces, like people that are sitting in the park and want to access it?
Absolutely.
How does that, so where's their receiver?
It's right here.
Okay.
It's right, whatever device they're carrying. So it's the same model. You've got your base station on the water tower that would transmit to any existing pole or structure that's in that park. And there would be, think of it as an outdoor Wi-Fi router that's broadcasting across that about 1,800 meters or 5,000 feet is what you get in coverage. So already working with parks and looking at how quickly can we bring up those public spaces.
So people who are riding the bus, Amarillo Transit, like if I just took my device and I wanted to connect while I'm riding on the bus, is that an option?
It will be as coverage gets more and more dense.
Okay.
Excuse me. In the beginning, probably not. You're going to have it in areas.
It's there. It's just going to be pockets of what's covered
Right.
and what's not covered
Exactly.
until we work all the way through full city coverage. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay.
We've also looked or evaluated, possibly lighting up the buses.
Yeah.
So it's not to say that couldn't happen in the future, but this is an elegant way of doing it without having to light up each bus, individually.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you. Nobody else? Rich, just to say, I know we've been saying it. This is, I don't know how many times you've been before us talking about this project, and now you're actually here beginning to talk about what it's going to cost, and you're going to come back in the next couple of meetings and actually ask for funds.
Well,
I just want to say, echo what Jared said, without your expertise, without your connections into the actual servers and third-party providers, you had those connections, and you brought a tremendous amount of value to this process and this team. The way you lead your team, everyone in our information and our technology services department, they're behind this. And I just want to say thank you. I want to thank you for the vision. I want to thank you for the leadership. And I want to thank you for all the extra hours and burning the candle at both ends that you guys have done in the department just to do something outside the ordinary scope of what our city has done in the past. And it's not just affecting us. It's not just about kids and education. That's important and worth doing. But it's also about business. It's about workforce. It's about Panhandle collaboration. And that's one of our values here. Yes, we're the city of Amarillo, but we value being part of the Panhandle region and being the capital of the Panhandle region. So this project hits on so many of our values I just want to say thank you. Thank you for leading it. And I want to thank Howard Smith for his leadership on this project, too. So I hope the council will support it as we get through these next few weeks in funding it. It's a phenomenal project, and whether we do or we don't, the work has been phenomenal. So would y'all join me, please, in thanking Rich.
Thank you. It's an honor, but really it's the team. You know that as a leader more than anyone. Those cost models are Missy Tucker, 100%. And the partnership is Region 16 and AISD, and it's everybody working together. So I'll accept that on behalf of them, but it's really the team.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Kudos to the team. Okay. Moving on to item 1C is an update from the Canadian River Municipal Water Authority. And here comes Kent. Jared, I'll hand it to you, and you can hand it to Kent.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, that was somewhat long, but also necessary and very beneficial and good conversation. Now I'm going to hand it to the rocket ship, the warp speed guys, Floyd Hartman and Kent Satterwhite. So I guess Floyd's not. So Kent, take it away.
All right. Well, thank you. That's going to be a hard act to follow. That was really interesting.
Especially when I called you the warp speed guys.
Very interesting, yeah.
But if you want someone to talk fast and get to the point, it's an engineer.
No pressure, Kent.
Absolutely. Well, I'll get straight to it. Thank you very much for having me here today. I appreciate that. One thing I'd like to do is acknowledge Dr. Bill Hallerberg. He's been your representative on our board for over 2 decades, watching after your interest in our organization. That's a big deal because we're really kind of a complex organization, and you need some history to understand it and help us and guide the CRIMO, and he's done that in a great way. We really appreciate that. Today, I would like to just briefly hit upon our operations, maybe dive down just a little bit deeper into our salinity control project, kind of let you know what's going on with that today. This shows the storage level in Lake Meredith. You guys have seen this before, but you can see we really took a hit starting in about 2001, and it bottomed out in about 14, I believe. You can see that it did come back some, and it's holding pretty steady. It's not as high as we'd like, but it is holding relatively steady. But this is the real news on the salinity control project. This graph, you can see, when the lake got really low, the chloride concentration went up to nearly 1,900 parts per million. State standards are 300. Had the big inflows, it came back down, but started heading back up. The red line is the trend. That's just going to happen in our lake, and that's what we're trying to stop or at least slow down some. Most lakes that you're used to, water passes through, and so you kind of get automatic freshening of the system. In our lake, the Canadian Lake Meredith has an agreement with New Mexico, Oklahoma. It's called the Canadian River Compact. We can store up to 500,000 acre-feet in the lake. We're at about half that right now. We've never had to release. So the only way the minerals leave our lake is if we pump it. Water leaves it by pumping and evaporation, and over the last decade, we've probably evaporated about 3 or 4 times as much as we pump. And so you can see that trend line right there, are a big part of it. One of the major sources of salt in our lake is just on the other side of the state line in New Mexico. There's a brine artesian aquifer. Now, this isn't it. I was trying to describe this to my wife earlier today, and I was doing this, so I thought this would help some. But an artesian aquifer has a confining layer, top and bottom. You can see it's fed up there in that recharge area. And so because of the confining layer, it doesn't come to the surface unless you drill a hole or unless there are some cracks or something like that in that confining layer. And that's what we have in Logan. Well, let me go back to that one just real briefly, or maybe not. As this water is going towards that opening there, it's going through a bunch of salt beds, and it's dissolving those salt beds and becoming highly mineralized. This is our project. The goal of this project is to try to capture that brine before it enters the system. As you can see, the bottom of that little illustration on the left, that's the production side of it. The bottom is the brine aquifer. The lighter green is a confining layer, and then the blue is the river alluvium, the sand and gravels that the water stays in. there's cracks in that confining layer under the river, and that allows the brine to seep up into the river alluvium and then eventually make its way to the lake. Our goal with this project is to pump in that confining layer that's cracked enough to lower the surface of that water, the pressure in that water, and then we dispose of that in a deep injection well. And we've been doing that for about 20 years. Let me see. Okay. One push.
Yeah, I think we set our speakers up today. The clicker,
so it's
got a mind of its own. I don't think it's your fault, Ken. I think everybody who's been trying to click has been struggling with it.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that. This is the project area. That's Ute Reservoir, Ute Lake on the left, Logan, New Mexico above us. Our project area is really in that kind of that triangle shape just below Logan there where Highway 54 meets this Farm to Market Road. We have 6 production wells down in the riverbed, and then the injection facilities are up on the top. I don't know if I should wait. Yep. Okay. We're just starting in the very, very beginning of an evaluation of this project. We're wanting to look at and see, like I said, this project's been operational for 20 years, and we want to make sure that we're spending your guys' money correctly and efficiently. We're going to look at the project's efficiency on removing the salts before it gets to the lake. Is the project cost effective? Should it be shut down? Or should it be continued as is or expanded? We just really don't know those answers. It's costing us about $600,000 a year to run this project. So we want to make sure it's done right. We also want to analyze other alternatives to supply you good water. That might be, instead of removing the salt before the lake, you might want to take the salt out after it leaves the lake, such as reverse osmosis. Several different options like that we want to look at, and it's probably going to end up being a combination of several different things. There we go. Part of the problem with the salt in the water is this. The green line, or the green bar on the left, is our total lake capacity. The red line at the top is the aqueduct capacity, 118 million gallons a day. The blue in the middle there is our groundwater project capacity. It's about half that. That'll be doubled when we do Cromer 2. But because of the salts in the water, we can only blend about 20 million gallons a day with the 65 million gallons of well water to meet the state drinking water standards. So that's a big limitation for us right now in supplying your needs. This kind of shows you the result of that. The green there is what the cities used to, or still do. The green is what the cities provide. You can see the lake came online, the darker blue there, in 68, 69. Took up a lot of the slack there, really took the pressure off your local water resources. Then you can see in about 2002, the groundwater project came online. It was just in time because that's when the drought started. And basically during that period, the next 10 to 15 years, the lake water usage went to zero. We just couldn't get it out of it. It's too salty. And so you can see that your green lines, on the green bars on the top, you've had to cover the difference. And that's coming out of your local reserves. And we want to try to provide as much as we possibly can from what we consider a renewable resource, Lake Meredith, to conserve both our and your local groundwater resources, which are basically non-renewable because the Olalla recharges so slowly. Yeah, that made several different clicks. Yeah, I'm going this way and it's going that way. Sorry.
You're on your toes.
Well, maybe I can just wing it from here. One more. There we go. This is another big part of the issue. This is inflow into the lake. You can see, the big years. You can see the dotted line across the middle. That's the average, and the average line has dropped pretty significantly over the last 15 years. You can see we were rocking along pretty well. Then 2001, I believe we set an all-time record, set it again in 2002, set it again in 2003, kept setting it. We've had 2 years in the last 15 years that have been above average, and they wouldn't have been above average if these last 15 years didn't reduce that average. So that's a big part of the problem.
but that's one that we kind of can't control too well. But on this evaluation, we're working with HDR Engineering, who does a really good job. They're working with Lee Wilson and Associates. He's been involved in this project from the start. He's a groundwater hydrologist out of Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's going to be done in phases. Phase one is just going to try to look at all those things I've already discussed. We're just now beginning that. Phase two would drill down on anything we see in phase one that we see that needs a deeper look. We don't really know that phase two will even be needed at this point. So that basically covers that. I'd like to just briefly hit on what we've done recently. We've done a physical risk and resiliency assessment recently. Just got through in the last week with a cybersecurity red team assessment, which was very successful. We completed that pipe leak that I pointed out last time, and just other routine maintenance is ongoing as always. I know that was quick. I'd like to try to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Questions for Kent, Council? We very much so appreciate these reports. The work that you guys have done, Bill, I'm really glad that you're here today. On behalf of the city, we want to thank you for your service and all the time and the years that you've put into understanding. This is a very important project to us. It's very complex, and there's quite a long runway to have an understanding where you can be a contributing board member to it. So thank you for the time and dedication that you put into it. And Kent, we appreciate your leadership on this project. I mean, truly, you're the captain of this ship, and we trust you a lot, but we appreciate that you come and give us reports and keep us posted on the things that the lake needs and that Cromer needs in order to provide our city and the region with good drinking water. It just doesn't get any more important than that. But
Mayor, I also want to recognize that Floyd Hartman, Assistant City Manager, is a big part of what we do. Our partnership with Cromer, but also just represents us on so many water-related issues across the state, and is recognized as an expert across the state. So he's a big part of this team that we have. So. Really appreciate all you guys.
Floyd.
Just wanted to throw Floyd in there too.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kent. At this time, Council, if you will be flexible with us, we're going to shift. We've got some out-of-town guests that are here for an agenda item, and they need to catch a flight also. So with your permission, I'm going to move item 3A up on the agenda right now, and we'll just take that. It's a non-consent item, so it is a voting item. And Anthony, is that enough notice to you to be ready to do that one? So, Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor. Thank you so much. Our applicant in this case is the one that has to hit the road. We want to make sure that we're being respectful of the, like you said, the air travel that's been a little bit hit or miss lately. Not here, but other places in the country. So, Anthony, go ahead and take this item away. This has to do with an alcohol variance within 300 feet of a school.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I appreciate the opportunity to come and give a presentation on Go Brands Texas LLC. They're applying for an alcoholic beverage variance for 3420 Southwest 15th Street. Is there a presentation ready?
Here it comes.
Thank you. Okay, so Go Brands Texas, like I said, they're applying for an off-premise. They have applied for an off-premise beer and wine license. I want to show you just a quick image. The property on the right is the property in question in comparison to the school on the left, which is just a little bit smaller in the background. They applied on August 6th. They applied and were ultimately denied for an alcoholic beverage license on August 16th due to the distance setback to Amarillo ISD Amtech Career Academy, which is roughly 63 feet away from that school. According to the Alcoholic Beverage Code, we use the as the crow flies method for measurement, so it's just a straight shot property line to property line. That area is located in an area zoned general retail, which does allow for restaurants, on-premise consumption, but does not allow for facilities that have primary alcoholic beverage sales, like a bar. It wouldn't allow for a bar. The area in question currently has zero alcoholic beverage licenses within that 300-foot setback. If you can go, yeah, that's a good slide there. Thank you. Currently has 0 within the surrounding area. So the image that you're looking at, the green is the property line of the school. The highlighted facility with the red star is the current Go Brands Texas property. Once issued an alcoholic beverage license, switching from on-premise to off-premise is allowed. But I do want to mention that the applicants, which are here with us today, they have filed with Potter County some deed restrictions on that property itself, which have two things in the deed restrictions. They don't allow, it will not allow for on-premise sales, and it cannot be open to the public. So the deed restrictions will only allow for Go Brands model.
And I think it's important to note, we, you as the city council, we as the city do not have the authority to require any type of deed restriction in this process. It is that Anthony's mentioning that because it is something that is useful for you as you make a decision. They have voluntarily chosen to do this in discussions with the school and understanding the school doesn't object to Go Brand, but has concerns about the long-term, you know, what the long-term impacts of this action are. So Go Brand is taking the extra step to go ahead and address that in a way that will survive this agreement and in a way that you could not do through this agreement. I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood.
Sure.
We can't compel any type of deed restriction like that through this process. They've gone ahead and chosen to do that. So.
And Council, you do have that signed deed restriction at your place. And Anthony, I don't see a file marked copy of it, but maybe you guys can comment on that in a minute. I see Tom Roller in the back too, so we'll give y'all a chance to talk about it, whether or not it's been filed or not. But you also have a letter from the school district. Just want to make sure that didn't get shuffled away. Y'all can see all of those things while Anthony's doing his presentation.
I appreciate that. And just like Mr. Miller said, AISD is not, they were notified and they are not in opposition of this issuance, of an issuance of this alcoholic beverage variance request. So City Council may allow a variance if, and I'm going to read these directly. This is out of the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Code. It is not in the best interest of the public, constitutes a waste or inefficient use of land or other resources, creates an undue hardship on an applicant for a license or permit, does not serve its intended purpose, is not effective or necessary, or is for any reason, after consideration of the health and safety and welfare of the public, and the equities of the situation, not in the best interest of the community. I want to show this last picture here. This is a zoomed out kind of aerial of on the left you have Western, on the right you have Georgia Street. It's kind of hard to see. South I-40 and north is Plains. There is quite a lot of alcoholic beverage sales in that general area, but zero within the 300-foot setback of the school. Okay, this would be the first one. Like I said, we do have two representatives from Go Brands. I'm happy to let you guys come up here and address the council if you'd like. Okay, you have Marcus Swartz and Mark Bordas. Okay. All right.
Hi, Marcus.
I'm Mayor Nelson, council members. Excuse me. My name is Marcus Schwartz. I'm a lawyer with Bracken Schwartz. Go Brands is my client here in Texas. Just to give you a brief introduction of Go Brands, it'll be a new business for Amarillo. They are a consumer goods and delivery service. In other words, delivering goods directly to your home. Their locations like this are not open to the public. There's no advertisements. No one can pick up from the store itself. It's all delivery to consumer stores, things such as toiletries, alcoholic beverages, beer and wine, which make up typically less than 5% of total sales. It's more along the lines of convenience store type sundries. As stated, we have worked with the owner of property to put in place deed restrictions to protect the school as well as the community's concerns. And I would say Go Brands is an experienced provider of alcohol. They have about 40 licenses right now in Texas, rapidly growing. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Has that deed restriction been filed?
And I don't want to speak to for the owner of property, but to my knowledge, it has not been filed yet. It will be filed very soon.
Tom, you want to talk on that? Okay, that explains it then.
So they had to have their license.
Okay, so that is a chicken and an egg kind of thing, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that explanation. And that makes sense.
And with that, Mayor and Council, I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Actually, I've got a question for our attorney. So let's say 20 years from now, GoBrands is gone. What does it take to remove the deed restriction?
Well, I think the deed, first of all, remember deed restrictions are a private party kind of matter. They're not something that a government enforces, at least not this government. Unless we're the city of Houston or we don't have zoning, we don't enforce any kind of deed restrictions. So that's the first thing to remember. The other thing is, as to the deed restriction itself, the draft that was forwarded to me, it has a clause in there that I guess removes if something changed or whatever. I think that it could be easily changed by the parties. You know, deed restrictions are that way. They do run with the land, but we wouldn't be in the business of enforcing any deed restrictions.
But it's enforced by, I mean, who has standing to enforce a deed restriction? A
Homeowners
neighbor?
associations or the owner, you know, through maybe a lease of some sort.
Or a neighboring property owner? Is that right?
It would be a private party matter, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be us, but anybody, really, any citizen who wants to go before the court to show they have standing.
Really, we just wanted to make sure that the council was aware of the deed restriction. It's not something that we have any authority over, but I think the applicant felt, and I certainly agree, that it would have bearing as you considered the item, and that they're taking prudent steps to make sure that there wouldn't be they're doing everything they can to make sure there wouldn't be a detrimental effect at some point in the future if they stopped using it, someone else was using it.
Any other questions for Anthony?
Mayor, a follow-up for Eddie's question. So legally, with the variance is applied for by GoPuff, and I know we're looking at a deed restriction that would give us some, I guess, precedence to keep this from going into the concern of they move out, somebody else moves in, and we've got a bar across the street. So the variance would go with GoPuff, correct?
The variance is for the property, and it is lifelong. But I want to be clear.
And the zoning wouldn't
there is
allow,
still zoning
the
requirements.
current zoning, it would have to go through a rezoning that would come
Correct.
to council if it was to be a bar or something like that. So
you could
we're
allow
kind of double protected
right.
in this case.
So if GoBrands would to leave in however long, it could be an on-premise consumption, but it would not be primary alcohol. So it wouldn't be a bar, as GR does not allow for that. It would be more like a restaurant.
So it could be a restaurant that sells less than 50% alcohol.
Correct.
Name your restaurant. I mean, any
Chili's or
Chili's.
I mean, there's a Chili's by Tasco's
But
High School.
I didn't want to grab one restaurant and give them all the press right
sorry,
now. But
I shouldn't have done that either.
but that's
I just
a great
was thinking
example.
about other.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
But it does go with the life of the property. Once approved, it will be forever.
Okay.
Mr. Roller, do you have a comment? If you'd like to come and use the microphone, that'd be great.
Thank y'all for listening to this. That restriction is set up for in terms of enforceability. If there was on-premises sales or something, then the school district would be the ones to enforce it. The restriction is for alcohol sales, so that stays with the property. In other words, and it won't go away. You know, unless. And it does have a provision in there that says, in the event that the school district, which this isn't going to happen, but in the event the school district is not, the school's gone, then the restriction would not be in effect. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, and then if someone else came along, another company, they would have to get their licenses. They'd have to get a license to do that. And this is just as a practical matter, but if you know where it sits, 15th dead ends there and Dixie dead ends there, so there's not likely to be any any kind of thing like that as well either. So,
Thank
do
you,
y'all have
Tom.
any other questions?
Yeah. Any other questions for Tom? Okay. So really, just thinking it forward, reading your mind, Eddie, it's the school district that's going to be, they would have standing absolutely as a neighboring property owner.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion on this item, Council?
Yes, Mayor, we do have a motion on this item. I move to approve ordinance number 7938 and grant a variance for alcohol sales at 3420 Southwest 15th for applicant Go Brands, Texas, LLC, pursuant to Section 109.33E of the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Code after consideration of the health, safety, and welfare of the public and the entities of the situation. Council finds and determines that enforcement of the distance regulation in this particular instance would not be effective or necessary.
Okay. We have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Powell, a second from Council Member Smith. Do we have any discussion on this item? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye, or let's raise hands on this one. Raise hands. Okay, all of those opposed to the motion? So that motion passes with a 4-1 vote. Okay, moving back up to our discussion agenda. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here today, and we hope you catch your flight, thunderstorms and pilot shortages notwithstanding. So you can't blame it on the City Council.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item 1D is to hear a discussion and an update on our transit buses and on bus shelters. Mr. City Manager?
All right, Mayor, this is an item that was requested by Councilmember Stanley at a previous council meeting. Like you said, to discuss transit buses and bus shelters as it relates, I believe, to art and advertising. But the topic is wide open, and we'll give you wide leeway to ask questions as it relates to buses and bus shelters. We have Marita Welledge-Riley, Director of our Transit Department, to come and give us just a very brief overview of our shelters and of art and advertising opportunities, and then answer any questions council might have and facilitate y'all's conversation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mr. Miller. Just change it twice. There you go. The bus stops are the first place that our customers meet us, and so it's the entrance to our service. And as such, we've established bus stop guidelines, and it's a 9-page document that helps us locate bus stops efficiently according to the law, and we also have standards of equity within the community, and then accessibility standards as well. We completed a review of all our bus stops in 2020, and we, for the purpose of safety and installing all new stop signs at all the bus stops in the system. And we are in the process of completing a $1.5 million project to install shelters and benches. And if you would turn to the next slide. We've done an analysis, and we have 345 bus stops in our system. We have bus stops with signage and benches at 105 stops. Our current project will install 13 benches and shelters and have made sidewalk improvements at a cost of $629,500. We have completed engineering on 18 other stops for a total of $656,450, but we do not have funds to construct those. The first part of the process of installing any shelter is to do the engineering work because they have to be made ADA accessible. Americans with Disabilities Act requires that. Then we have 12 stops that we would like to put stops or shelters at, but we do not have the funding for. And the average cost of doing that is approximately $70,000. That takes into account usually the average of what it would take to make a stop accessible and to buy the shelter itself. Then we have approximately 43 stops that we would like to put benches in. And that would, when you just put in a bench, the average cost is approximately $42,000. And then we have 28 stops that need concrete work if we were to make them a stop within the system. And that would be approximately $36,000, over almost $37,000. So we have a total of 101 stops that we'd like to fund in the long term. And so we can talk about that. And I want to point out, and I'll point out in the last slide, the next slide, if you would go to, are the list of the bus stops, shelters that we've made, the sidewalks that we've made accessible to the bus stop, and then the shelters and the benches that are being put in at all these stops. We have quite a few of these improvements, and you see those in red. Those have been made in the North Heights area. And there's the other one at the Warford Center that will have a shelter that we'll be putting in there. Those other ones will have benches, and there's been major sidewalk improvements made in those areas. That's the last slide. I just want to point out that all new stops must be ADA made accessible, and most of the time it requires quite a bit of concrete work, which is very expensive. Right-of-way in our community is an issue because in many cases they're inadequate to put, there's not enough room to put a shelter or even a bench because the right-of-way is not there. We have tried it in a couple of cases to work with property owners to be able to go to use more of their land, and sometimes, in most cases, we haven't been successful. And not all stops need shelters, because in certain places, if you think about, we have two-directional service, and it's not every stop, but on the outbound side, most people are getting off. They're not waiting to go further out. Now, there are some routes that doesn't apply to, but in some cases, we wouldn't need shelters or benches at those stops. And then within some of our shelters, because of our standards, we wouldn't put those there because they'd be a very low priority because they aren't heavily used stops.
And you have all the data you show who gets off where and how many people are getting on. And so you have volume data that supports that analysis, Marita?
Yes, we have sample data.
Okay.
We don't have 100% data. Okay. We have 100% counts on our routes of passenger riding, boardings, but we only have sample data. We ride, and this is for federal compliance, we have to do sampling of our ridership at stop levels, so we do that. And so we do have that data. So we have some sample data.
Okay.
And then when we would go out and determine, and then we can do spot checks on routes where we'll just do 100% of a check to see where people are riding on that particular vehicle or bus. And then, well, we had considered advertising. There are a number of issues that with this particular project, we were running late on it, and we decided that it was a little complicated to be able to decide whether each stop could have a shelter, a panel that you could advertise on, and because of right-of-way, again, we run into problems. We also run into site issues, so we just didn't do it with this. But in the future, that is a possibility. And we could go ahead and advertise in shelters with our current, but they would have to be on the back panel of the of the shelters, and there are ways to do just public art or public information panels within the shelters, and so that's a possibility. But at large scale advertising just wasn't possible with the shelters that we put up. Private shelters, just as a point of information, would require, if somebody wanted to put up a shelter at one of our stops, they would have to make that accessible, or we could not use that as a stop. So Transit would have to make that public investment. If somebody was going to donate a shelter, we would still have to make the accessibility. It would still have to be accessible because it's our stop.
And so basically what you're saying is it's a $42,000 average cost if somebody wants to create a bench and a shelter and a site that's accessible.
Yes.
And we didn't write that. I mean, that's
the Americans with Disabilities
yes.
Act, yes.
Okay.
And then funding, the way we have funded our shelter project in the past comes from our capital investment program. And we match our federal dollars 80-20 for capital projects. And those are, then the city would have to fund those projects 20%. And so that we are limited in what we can do. I mean, in the past, we've made investments in our buses. We did have this shelter project, but whether we replace buses or compete with shelters, that's things we have to decide internally based on an asset management plan that we're required to have for the federal government. What assets do we need to replace when? And so, but there is opportunity, or we hope there is opportunity with the federal monies. If the infrastructure bills pass, there may be money for what they call associated improvements, like at bus stops and things like that. So that's kind of the structure, and now I'll take questions.
Questions, Council?
Yeah, thank you for the education on that. So do we know if we maintain our bus stops, I'm sure, right?
Yes.
So we maintain a bench?
Yes. We try to keep up with the trash that gets put there.
Okay. And I'm just talking about like if the bench was broken or,
Yes,
the back was missing or you couldn't sit on it for some reason.
Yeah, we remove it, and most of the time we rely on our bus operators or the public to tell us that.
And I understand the need to update everything ADA compliant. When you go and you take on a construction project, you've got concrete and steel and everything. What triggers that new project? Is that the shelter that we're putting in? Do we have a maintenance allowance where we can go and do these things without triggering this $41,000 cost to have to rehab the entire stop for ADA accessibility?
If we move a stop or we put in a new stop, then we have to do that. So if we would want to put in any kind of improvement at that stop, then we'd come under the Americans with Disabilities Act requiring us to make it accessible.
But if we're just refurbishing a site that already has the ADA access components, then it wouldn't include the ADA stuff. It would just be the cost of doing whatever we're going to do to the shelter, to the bench.
Yes.
Something like that.
And Mr. City Manager, I'm curious, is there any provision in the ARP monies for ADA?
Not that I'm aware. We do have funds for low and moderate income areas. We have funds to do certain non-facility projects to address populations that were disproportionately hit by or affected by coronavirus. I don't think disability was one of those things that drove a disproportionate representation of COVID impacts. So I'm not aware of any ADA eligibilities that would allow us to spend ARP money on those things. But we can certainly do the research on it to make sure. But that's a high probability answer. but I don't want to say it like it's a fact, because I haven't looked specifically at ADA.
Yeah, well, Laura's coming to a presentation on that, so.
Yeah, she's been doing all the research, so we will be able to ask in a lot more detail real soon.
Okay,
on that.
other questions?
No, I think I'm trying to get a grasp of our needs and kind of see where we're at. Overall, do you feel like, out of 345 bus stops, you've got 105 that have benches, right? You've got how many that have covers? Just the 13?
Yes.
Okay. How long does somebody sit at the bus stop on average, do we know?
Well, we operate most of our routes every 45 minutes. And if you use the industry standard, most people wouldn't walk to the bus stop and wait more than 10 minutes.
Gotcha.
But that's just an industry. We've never done anything to see what it is here. So.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm just understanding what our needs are, and then I am looking actively for good ways to spend the money on things we already need and needs we have, and how they qualify for the ARP monies that are there, other grants and funds. So the infrastructure monies that would be coming up in the additional bill, you're
That's my understanding, that there's a new transportation authorization that has to be passed. And because the previous 5-year bill has expired. And so there's money in there for those kinds of projects if it passes. And then there is still infrastructure, but all these are competitive, and we'd have to compete for those. We do get, annually, we get formula money that's based on population and disadvantaged individuals within a number of disadvantaged individuals in the community. But those are the funds that we typically use for operating.
understood. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think this chart is really helpful, and I appreciate the work in putting it together. Do you mind just walking us through the total estimate column there, Marita?
Oh, sure.
So the 629, those are funds you have allocated. Is that correct? For the 13 bus shelters?
Yes, that's already in that 1.5 million that we had. The 656,000 was engineering that we did for the 18 other sites that we really want to put. So that's an investment
And that's
we've already
allocated
made.
and spent.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the difference between the 1.2 or the 1.5 million in there are the benches that we've already put in place at an earlier point in time. So we're working on shelters now, but previous to my time coming to Amarillo, which is now over 4 years.
5, yeah.
Yeah. The shelters or the benches had been put in.
Okay.
Prior to that.
So as far as bringing a total down for total unfunded projects,
It's 4.
should that be those last three numbers?
Yes.
Which I total to be 3,600,000 and change.
Oh, well.
Is that right?
I
think
that must be a wrong number.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to just say, because I think this chart is awesome. I wanted to make sure that we were all understanding it, and I think the number's lower even than what that shows us that it is. So that's always good news, right? I don't know about y'all, but I'm
sorry, I should have checked.
No. When I check my register, the errors always go the other direction. So woohoo to you that we just found about $700,000, right?
Yay.
But I just think this chart's really helpful for us to have a definitive idea of what we're lacking. I have visited with Representative Jackson, and he has told me that he will not vote for the infrastructure bill. So I've told him that as far as the city is concerned, it meets a lot of the needs that we have, and he told me that he will not be voting for it. So as far as constituents are concerned, I think it's helpful for him to hear from not just city leaders, but also city voters that these are the kinds of projects we can't afford to fund at our current tax rate. And but for help from the federal government, I mean, we're going to chip away at it a little bit at a time, $1.5 million at a time, this and that. But that infrastructure bill, should it pass eventually, is our chance to catch up on some of these projects and have a chance to apply for a larger portion of funding. And I don't pretend to understand all of the politics that go behind why he would not vote, but he specifically told me he would not vote for that bill. And so maybe he would change his mind, because I think it would be helpful to us here at the city on bus shelters, at least. So those were all my questions. And anybody else have questions or thoughts? Okay. Jared, any final thoughts on this one?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. And on that math, the unfunded part, you're right, is 3.6. What got included in there was the 656.
Yeah, which made me wonder, okay, I thought that was allocated, maybe it wasn't. So you did a great job
We've already got
explaining that,
that, so
Marita.
that's good clarification.
Yeah, good clarification on that.
Thank you.
Okay. We're down to 1E, which is request future agenda items and reports from the city manager. Anything, council, that we want to put in that column? Okay. Hearing that.
Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety Committee had a meeting we could report.
Yep.
Okay.
And
We'll make
Environmental
sure.
Task Force also.
Okay, we'll have that on the next agenda.
Okay. All right, let's take a bathroom break, shall we? Come back in about 5 or 10 minutes, and we don't have much left, but we've been going a while. I think the city manager had mentioned one item we needed to pull.
Yes, ma'am, that's 2G. We will have it on the next meeting. We just jumped the gun on this one just a little bit.
Okay, not quite ready for 2G yet, so we're going to pull that one. Anything else, council, that needs to come off for further questions or discussion? Not hearing anything else, do we have a motion with regard to the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I move to approve the consent agenda as presented, except for item 2G, which is consider approval remodel of the public health annex located at 850 Martin Road, which will be removed and postponed until the next agenda.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the items on the consent agenda minus item 2G. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed, none. That passed with a 5-0 vote. Okay, now we just have 3 items left, but moving on to our non-consent agenda, item 3B. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, we've got Assistant City Manager Laura Storrs to present the item. This is going to be a discussion and consideration of a resolution that will lay out the framework for how we will bring items to you for future consideration for expenditure of the first allocation of American Rescue Plan funds. Laura?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We're here just for an update on the American Rescue Plan Act and for authorization to move forward with a project plan for the first installment of these funds. We received, and I'll go over this here in just a second. Well, there we go. So just real quickly, just to remind you all, the ARPA provides a unique opportunity for state and local governments to make strategic investments in long-lived assets, to rebuild reserves, to enhance financial stability, to cover temporary operating shortfalls until economic conditions and operations normalize. The City of Amarillo received a direct distribution from the United States Department of the Treasury for $676,317. We received the first half on May 19th of a little over $19.8 million, and the second installment will be received no earlier than 12 months after the first, so we're anticipating sometime maybe late May, early June, hopefully, of 2022. So the Treasury Department issued the interim final rule that gave guidance on how or what was eligible to be used for this funding, and that was issued on May 17th. There was a comment period. Just a reminder, lots of comments went through. We submitted comments. We've actually received information back on our comments or our questions, and it was very vague and generic, so didn't receive quite as much guidance as we had hoped. But there has been several frequently asked questions. The last one I'm showing was as of July 19th, 2021, and 41 pages for those FAQs. So lots of information out there. We are still anticipating there could be a final ruling that comes out at some point in the future. All of these funds do have to be expended by December 31st of 2024. Okay, so again, the funding objectives with the ARPA is to support the urgent COVID-19 response. It's also to replace any lost revenue by state, local, or territorial or tribal governments. Also for immediate economic stabilization for households and businesses, and to address systematic public health and economic challenges that have been created or furthered through the pandemic. We did have, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry. There were 4 main criteria
in place.
I was like, can we spend ARP funds on a new clicker or at least some new batteries?
This will absolutely be addressed. We already have a solution that will be in place for the next meeting.
One more.
This is a temporary thing.
Great.
Right there.
I know Rich is over there just rolling over.
I hope I wasn't making anyone dizzy with all that clicking. So
great broadband presentation brought down by clicker.
Yes, exactly. Therefore, we need some money to invest in it. So we've got four main eligible areas. There's public health and economic impacts, premium pay, revenue loss, and investments in infrastructure. And so what we have done is we have combed through the interim final ruling. We have also looked through all the FAQs. We had a community solutions meeting back in May asking the community to come forward and talk to council and present their ideas for use of these American Rescue Plan funds. We heard several things from the community. I have continued to hear several things from the community and from council members. And so what we've done is we've formulated a project plan for the first installment of this funding. What we decided would probably be ideal is to ask for council to authorize this project plan for just the first installment, because we haven't even received the second installment at this point in time. We also have a few projects and asks that are out there from the community that we're still researching. As mentioned, we issued some comments to the Treasury Department and got some fairly vague responses. And so I know, Mayor, you have some connections through Bloomberg that we are going to try to reach out to and get some information from their consultants to help us navigate this as well. It sounds like they've got some great resources we can utilize, and so we appreciate that reference for us as well. So with that, let's go to this project plan. So the first thing that we have is for revenue loss as outlined in the interim final ruling, and this is revenue recovery for city services. This is referenced in Section C of the interim final ruling. There's a very specific calculation involved on this, and we have had our staff working through that. So we are looking to ask in this project plan for $11,205,000 for revenue recovery specifically for city services. The next item is related to the section on investments in infrastructure. As mentioned earlier, we do have a broadband project that is ready to move forward once funding can be secured. So we are looking to ask council to approve $6 million through this first installment of the project plan. And that is referenced in Section D2 of the interim final ruling. The next items down, we have several areas, and this was actually a clarification that came through in the FAQs. This next section is all related to public health and economic impacts outlined in the interim final ruling. So there are 4 different park playground areas that are in underserved areas in the community. These are in what we kind of know as the HUD CDBG outlined areas in the community. The interim final ruling allows these American Rescue Plan Act funding to be spent because they have seen I think COVID has shown the importance of the need to have safe open air areas for people to gather, for children to play. And so parks has been outlined, specifically in this FAQ 2.18. They talk very specifically about this. And so I worked with Michael Kashuba and the parks group to identify some parks that are high priorities, that are in a dire need of some replacement in these targeted areas. And so what we have before you today is Sanborn Park Playground for $150,000, Thompson Park area for playground for $150,000, Benton Park Playground for $150,000, and Glenwood Playground for $150,000. And I want to pause for just a second and just make sure council realizes that this is we're asking for authorization of a project plan. This is how we plan to spend these dollars, this first installment. As we start to spend the dollars, we will be bringing these contracts back to you all for approval. So, for instance, if this is approved, we would be bringing these playground contracts back, so the construction contracts for the playground equipment at a later point in time for you to individually approve those as well. On this next slide, we continue on looking at the area outlined as public health and economic impacts. The top item there is life packs, and that's actually for our fire department group. This is vital equipment to help them as they're diagnosing situations going out, whether to a car accident, a house call, those type things. And this is necessary as a lot has changed related to the pandemic. They are not only looking at basic safety needs, but now they have a whole extra layer of COVID that they're trying to work through as they're going out and working with our citizens, and these life packs are crucial in that portion of it. We have targeted here $175,000, and this is outlined, the eligibilities in section A2 and FAQ 2.1.
And this will pay for 5, correct?
This is for 5, yes. And that, which is not...
There's a larger need for life packs.
There are,
However,
yes.
we wanted to pick a reasonable number that wasn't, an overreach, but at the same time, these life packs are hugely beneficial to diagnosing respiratory
yes.
and cardiac
conditions, yep.
Of which respiratory is what we're talking about. So
yeah.
They are absolutely, they will fit, and they're a great tool to put on our fire apparatus.
Absolutely. And this is these 5 are a very crucial need for our fire department. The next item down is paramedic training. This is something that is, again, crucial to diagnosing any kind of a respiratory condition. I mean, there is a whole nother element as they're working with someone in our community related to a fire call. This is for our fire department. And making sure we have proper paramedic training for all of our firefighters. This would allow another group to go through that training and to ensure that they have the training needed as they go out to respond to calls, whether that's a traffic call, a house call, any situation that they're called out upon. The next item down is crime center equipment, and this was brought to us by our police department. So one thing that has been outlined in, especially in the FAQs, but also through the interim final ruling, is that there has been an increased amount of gun violence related to the pandemic. And I know that our community, unfortunately, has not been immune to that. We've seen some increases in violence and gun violence even in the past several months. And talking with the police department, there is some very crucial equipment that can be utilized to help equip a crime center that would really help them get in front of this, to research these situations better, and to stay in front and hopefully help this going forward. And so on that, and I apologize, I have a bad number on my slide up here, but on the crime center equipment, the amount would be $750,000. And I apologize, on my slide on the screen. It should be right on your handouts in front of you. So the crime center equipment ask is for $750,000. And that's referenced in section A2 FAQ 2.8, 2.11, and 2.1. I'm sorry, 2.11 and 4.8. The next item down is actually a project that was an internal kind of brainstorming session between our community development group and also our parks department. As we all know, there's a need for beautification in our parks, and litter can at times be a problem. So at working with Jason Riddlesberger and his group over at Community Development, they have proposed a pilot program to work with our Coming Home group and taking some of those participants in that Coming Home group and actually working to reacclimate them into the workforce. And so what they would do is they would partner up with this pilot program between Community Development, Coming Home team, and also with the Parks Department to establish some dedicated litter crews that will be staffed by our Coming Home group, and they would be out in some of our target area parks that are in our underserved areas, and they would be in charge of helping maintain the litter and helping to beautify those areas. So it's kind of a twofold project. We're really excited about the opportunity, if council approves this, to do a pilot project to see where we can go with this, but it would be helping some of the hardest hit members of our community, which is our homeless population, and helping to get them reacclimated into a working environment, and at the same time helping to beautify our parks areas. So what the ask on this first installment is $250,000 to help with that initial pilot program of those two areas teaming up. And there's several sections. There's a section A2 and FAQ 2.8, 2.11, and 2.18 that reference the eligibility for this project. The next item down is CVB, so Convention and Visitors Bureau Tourism Support. Tourism was an area that was also hit hard related to the pandemic, and we have been in discussions with CVB on their need for some additional support to help further tourism in the area. They were hit hard themselves due to a decrease in hotel occupancy tax during the pandemic, but then also for them to utilize that funding to start really targeting to bring people to boost tourism in our area. We have a lot of open spaces. There's a lot of safe ways to promote tourism in our area that is still meets all the restrictions of social distancing or not gathering too many people in one place at one time. And so the recommendation is to, in this first installment, to look at putting $100,000 towards the CVB tourism support that would help the tourism industry as a whole in the area, so local businesses, hoteliers, entertainment, the food industry, all of those things. Section A2 in FAQ 2.5 and 2.9 reference the eligibility on that. And then finally, on the last recommendation on this first installment would be to provide $500,000 in support to the senior citizens to provide a variety of things. Ventilation, so we do know that they're working to get a new facility up and running. There is eligibility to help with ventilation systems as they apply to new COVID standards to help combat the spread of COVID-19. Food insecurity assistance is also an area that is outlined in the interim final ruling in the FAQs. Senior citizens were one of the hardest hit groups through COVID-19. And so the interim final ruling and the FAQs do show that there would be some eligibility. And again, we're looking to kind of target more areas through ventilation, the food insecurity assistance. We do know that they have had a hit on their ability to provide meals to their group. And then also just to help them in support of providing programming or facilities that would be appropriate to provide social distancing for their activities. Again, trying to stay in compliance with the recommendations through the pandemic of they are one of the hardest hit groups, and finding a safe way for them to continue to gather together and to help that group move forward after the effects of the pandemic.
At the urging of council, we have really pushed hard to find a way to be able to do something. Now, just to make clear, when Laura said facilities, she was not saying acquiring facilities or building facilities or anything like that. We do believe, though, that we can modify facilities to be able to provide the adequate ventilation, to be able to provide the cooking facilities or to equip it to be able to provide the meals, and to modify a facility to better socially distance people and allow socialization, while also safeguarding that most at-risk population that we have when we're dealing with COVID, and that's what this funding is to address. So what we want to make sure that everyone understands, we're turning over every rock that we possibly can to address this very real need that council has to a person. Well, I don't want to say to a person, but frequently brought up to me is we need to find a way to be able to assist. So we're looking at every single way possible that we can to do this. So when Laura said the word facility, that is to modify facilities to be able to address these needs in very specific ways that are compliant with the regulations and requirements of the ARP funding.
Yes. Okay.
What does food insecurity mean?
So one of the asks from our senior citizen group has been that they were negatively impacted on their ability to provide meals to their group. We could help with some programming assistance on that. We could potentially help equip a
commercial kitchen,
a commercial kitchen, exactly, something like that that would go towards helping bring that security back to those meals for one of the hardest hit groups in our population. So
food insecurity, just to get into the details of what that is, through isolation, many seniors don't get out and go to the store, don't get out and eat with their friends. They stay isolated. So many times they could be hungry, not because they can't afford to buy food or that they can't afford to or can't get out, but that the needs of this pandemic have caused people to be isolated. Maybe not the needs, but the perceived needs. So however you see that, or however that affects you. But this will help us be able to either prepare food at a location where they can come eat in an appropriately socially distanced place with good ventilation, or to be able to, through another program, but also using that commercial kitchen, if we're able to make that happen, have meals prepared that can be delivered to them. I'm not saying it would supplant or take away from Meals on Wheels or anything like that, but it would be something that would complement. So we want to address the impacts of isolation, the impacts of not socializing, and the impacts of not having food to be able to be healthy.
Thank you.
And one other thing, just to mention to council again, to reiterate, I guess, is that this is just the first installment of the funding. Again, as mentioned, we have had a lot of asks come in, and we've really tried to kind of navigate those and what's eligible, what's not. And this is our best recommendation to try to hit a multitude of areas that we've been hearing there's importance and we can find eligibility on. And so I know for sure in some of these there will be asks that come forward in the second installment, but this is the recommendation that we're looking at for this first installment of funding.
Okay. So thank you, Ms. Laura. I appreciate that presentation and the information. In regards to senior citizens, it sounds like that we're still trying to find the eligibility piece as to where we can help them, especially now with their current facility.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that, the American Rescue Plan funds, they are very restrictive, as you know better than I do, because I don't know how many months you've spent, you and your team, trying to do the research and to find out where we can spend these dollars. So I appreciate that. But, Mayor, I want to say to you that I'm very passionate, about our seniors. And I really want us to try to find a way as a council to see what we can do to help them, because I've spent a lot of time and effort in different meetings and talking to different people about the situation that they're currently in right now. And, I just don't want to give money to them, in other words, a blank check, because we can't do that, because we do have to be judicious with the funds that are entrusted to us as council members to make sure that we're doing the right things with the funds that Laura has stated. So I'm wondering, if our taxpayers would be willing to consider, is there a way that we can fund a facility for them where we, the City of Amarillo, operates that facility and supports it for our senior citizens? And that would be something that I would like to take to our citizens or to the public in the way of a community solutions meeting, just to get some feedback and some more, maybe some more support, and to get more people on board, with what we're trying to do, because they do need help, and I realize that. And I believe my fellow council members, too, realize that as well. So.
Okay. Other thoughts on that, council? I mean, it is, well, what do you guys think about that?
I think it'd be something to consider. One day I may be a senior. What are you laughing about?
I have no idea why that's so funny.
Thank you for loosening up the tension there, Howard. I can always count on you.
Like your emphasis of the word may.
But, I don't know. So I've been really trying to give this a lot of thought. So I don't know if we have an existing facility that maybe we'd have to look at the cost estimates. Do we help them renovate this facility, once we have the community solutions meeting? But, if we have an existing facility, what would it take to renovate that, to get it up to code to where it can be functional? Or, do we look at a brand new facility, and that's going down a whole new different path, because then you've got to think about the land, the building, you got to think about staff, and what is it going to cost us, number one, to renovate or build? I mean, are we looking at $12 to $16 million? And then what is it going to cost us on a yearly basis to operate and run the facility from a city perspective? And keeping all of that in mind, I mean, we need a facility, but we also need a virtual space too, because we're still going to have citizens that aren't going to be able to come out, or that are disabled, or they're going to stay in. I mean, I don't know.
So what I hear you saying, I'm going to say it back to you. You correct me if I didn't hear you correctly.
Absolutely.
Okay. You're curious about what the right step is for seniors. It's so. I mean, what I'm thinking is this. What's plugged in at $500,000 out of ARP funding, it does make me curious too on is that the right way? It's not even exactly what they're asking for, because ARPA restricts us.
Right.
So maybe what we need to do is get more curious about what they really need, what we as taxpayers are willing to come alongside and do. Is it a facility? Is it the one they're in right now? Is there a better facility? How could the city help? And so, I mean, I think you suggested a community solutions meeting on it. And what that may mean is that we may need to give Laura some direction on whether or not we put a pin in this number right now in the first allocation while we pursue this curiosity and get a little bit better information about how should we spend ARPA funds toward that project.
Well, because from Miss Laura, I'm not really hearing a definite area that we can spend the funds. I mean, it sounds like we've got to, do some more homework to see can we spend it over here in the area of ventilation or food insecurity, but it doesn't exactly pinpoint it down so that we know where those funds are going to be used.
I have some concern about spending it on an existing building if there are other problems with that existing building and it doesn't meet your needs, Miss Barbara. So, I mean, Okay.
Okay.
So what do y'all think, council, about doing a community solutions meeting on senior needs? Yeah? No?
We need a senior citizens center in Amarillo. So whatever it takes to research that, come up with ideas, and there may be other entities besides the city that could help.
Yeah, I agree with Frida. I think it's easy not to overlook it, but to not maybe think through it enough. And from what I understand, they've been pretty independent and pretty self-reliant. So I think the monies that are expensed there are monies well spent. I think with the ARPA monies, we're probably not being liberal enough. And I know you're willing to look and we're stretching, but honestly, I think there are other areas that we're willing to stretch a little bit more. And so I think there's room to move in that.
Like what areas?
I think when you say things like food insecurity assistance and you open up the gamut of dining, tables, chairs, room, facilities, cooking, commercial kitchens, everything that's like that. I mean, those are very expensive items, and those are items that hit their bottom line and allow them to be self-sustained as they move forward in doing what they do, which is running a nonprofit business that meets more than just the needs of feeding people. So I can be wrong, but we would be able to reach out with given a little bit more time to see if we can't. And so my question, Laura, would be how would we know if you put a pin in this at $500K, we come back a month or two later, we want to increase that to, say, $1.5 million as a number?
Sure.
How does that work for you?
So what we could do on that is, again, we have another equal amount coming later in the fiscal year. So we're hoping towards the end of May, 1st of June. And so that would be another, $19.8 million. So we could certainly say, $500,000 comes out of this first allocation. And if we found ways, and again, as long as we found ways that met eligibility and council decided they wanted to maybe do another $1 million, we could certainly recommend that through the second installment to bring that forward at any amount that was within eligibility that council decided they wanted to do. We could certainly do that.
Now, another thing we're hearing, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is that taking off from a conversation about ARP, what Councilmember Powell and Councilmember Smith and maybe the rest of council are directing me to do, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is to also look into other ways that we can either facilitate or even operate some senior services. So what I'm hearing is we are looking at some very, we're going to need further guidance on this, but this is a placeholder that we're going to need further approval from Treasury on. But we think that we can legitimately and inside the guidelines that have been presented make this proposal work inside ARP. However, what I'm hearing Councilmember Powell and Councilmember Smith and the rest of the council say is that we want to go beyond that and look at other things that we can do to facilitate or even operate some senior services. Not making any commitments or promises on any of that, but that'll be staff's job to create the opportunity for council to have that conversation with our community, whether it's a community solutions meeting or other forums that we might come up with or schedule. That's what I'm hearing you say, is that we want to look at not only doing this, but also looking at other things. So that is without going into too much detail and making Brian uncomfortable, but I want to make sure that what I'm hearing y'all say is, yes, look at this, the ARP funds, but also go farther and on a future meeting, whether it's at a council meeting or at a community solutions or something else, look at further exploration of the senior topic.
Mayor Pro Tem, is that what you're saying?
Yes, and I'm feeling like a sense of urgency, and I don't know what the timeline is, for our seniors, but I mean, on our part as council and city staff, how fast can we move through the process within reason?
I think the first thing to do would be that first conversation, And we would not waste any time setting up that first conversation. We have not done any scheduling or looking into it. I mean, it's a new idea. But we will work to get schedules aligned for all of council, key staff, and then setting up a site that can address all of the distancing needs and all that. So we'll get it set up as soon as we can.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Laura.
You're welcome. And we will make sure, and they are separate, but they are definitely combined, and we will make sure that we have some answers to maybe the second ask before we moved officially forward with anything on the ARPA spending to make sure that they're complementing each other.
Yes, I appreciate that.
And we've worked really hard to try and answer the question on can we acquire facilities, because that was the main ask that had been made of us by the seniors, modifying or renovating a facility. We just have not gotten any confirmation. In fact, everything has been the opposite of that.
That is
correct.
correct.
Do it.
Yes.
So then we started looking at maybe we can modify a facility to better serve these specifically stated objectives inside ARP with this very at-risk population. So that's why we've gotten to this $500,000. So I want to assure everyone here at the dais that we are being as creative as we can possibly be to be able to utilize these funds that I know you want to use for this purpose in a way that we legally can. It is just restrictive when it comes to acquiring or outfitting a facility. So that's why we've gotten creative in this way.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Well, I just want to ask another question on that. So this slide that you had on funding objectives that had the 4 funding objectives, are those ours or are those federal?
Those are federal.
So it seems to me when I look at what we've done, we've addressed number 1, number 2, and number 4. We haven't done anything to address support immediate economic stabilization for households and businesses. And correct me if I'm wrong on that. So there's 2 parts to that. I think that we could look at it for the senior citizens because it is helping them stabilize their households and their businesses. And then the other one is on that part of it, which goes into a complete different conversation, is the fact of whenever we first found out that ARPA funds were coming, there was talk of getting this actually in businesses' hands. I see nothing in here that puts money in businesses' hands.
That is correct. And one caution that they have given us is not to duplicate areas that have been covered in other parts of the Act. And there's been everything from an extension of the payroll protection program, which a lot of businesses were eligible for, not all, but a lot were eligible for. There was also some, and I apologize, there's a very exhaustive list on there. There were some items related to even some restaurant support through it. And so we were a little hesitant to venture too far into that area because of them cautioning us not to duplicate what has been done in other areas of the Act. And so
not just ARP, but what has been done through previous funding
through CARES.
efforts.
Yes, through CARES.
Yes,
that is
yes,
correct.
Yes,
PPP.
Yeah, and there's been some venues assistance. There's been airport, as you know, assistant, transit, all these other things. And so, again, this was our best recommendation based on the needs we've been hearing from the community and also what we could find was eligible, and then also things we've heard from council. I know various council members have asked us a few questions about this as well, based on, I think, what the council members have been hearing from the community. And then, of course, the senior citizens were the overwhelming majority at our community solutions meeting speaking out for support.
Laura and Cashin may have a comment on this too, but the CVB dollars, I think that Cashin had asked for $500,000. Refresh my memory.
I actually asked for $800,000 to kind of push us back to a normal spot and to really be proactive in the recovery efforts and marketing, kind of get ahead of the curve. I believe that whenever you really got down to the black and white of true revenue loss specific to the hotel tax, we qualified for about $350.
That is correct.
Just clear cut.
Yes.
So that's a secondary touch to businesses that Cashin and her team would use to influence the tourism industry, recruit more here. But
yes. And that's something I know that Cashin and I have talked a lot about, just wanting to get ahead of, what they're doing now is really promoting the future tourism coming into the community. And so as Cashin mentioned, about the $350,000 was what we could calculate through the revenue loss. But the remaining amount, if council decided to do any more in this installment or the next, would be really targeted tourism, advertising, and marketing efforts related to the pandemic and how this is a good place to come in the midst of a pandemic because we have a lot of wide open spaces, a lot of patios, a lot of, safe areas, a canyon, that's a very safe place to come and visit, even in the midst of a pandemic.
Well, and I'll say too, I used the example of we were all in the same boat, but now it really depends on who's paddling the fastest because we know that whenever tourism boards have their budgets hit the way that we did, it's very hard to come back and rank as high as you did, but with the pandemic hitting everybody, cities, states alike, it was pretty even scale. So we're very cognizant of the fact that we have to be very competitive coming back, or we could lose some brand standing in that. We have great opportunities. We call it open air therapy, which is a marketing program that we've started running back when everything was at its full-blown, stay at home and people were safe getting in the cars and coming and all of that. And we really started pushing the invitation back out to visitors. So we've been very successful with that. And one of the things that we're implementing this year and wanted to grow, and it does kind of speak to some of the businesses, is co-op opportunities for the partners. A lot of that being in the nonprofit attractions, being able to co-op into the marketing with us so that they can be highlighted and get their marketing dollars out a little bit further as well. So we're hoping that you guys will, by the end of this fiscal year, kind of help us get up a little bit more funding so that we can really push that through.
And Dr. Sauer, I think also we viewed the CVB support, any dollars that were allocated that way does help businesses in the area, most businesses in the area, because a lot are supported through tourism efforts. As more people are coming into the community, it's impacting a lot of industries that have businesses here locally.
Okay, any other questions for Laura? Any feedback that you want to give her other than what we've heard on looking at seniors' needs? Eddie brought up a good question about businesses. Yes, Cole.
Can I get a breakdown or a little bit more information on the $11.2 million for the city services?
Yes, there is a full-blown worksheet that the Treasury Department has issued that goes back and calculates the revenue loss from the start of the pandemic, and I believe it went through December 31st of 2020, and there's a look-back period over the past couple of years, and it's very it outlines exactly what numbers we can include in our revenue and what we have to exclude. And I can absolutely get you a copy of that. I can send that out to all of council if y'all would like. So, and we've had our accounting team working through the calculations on that. And it's the same for every city. We all have to, I say that, every city that's getting a direct allocation from the federal government has to use the same calculation.
Okay, so that's a math problem that you're doing, and then
that is correct.
Would that go to general fund?
That is correct.
Yeah, it would be general fund, allow
Yes.
us to do one-time projects that would otherwise have to be paid for through property tax. So it'll save taxpayers money.
Yes.
So one-time projects on the 11.2?
That is correct.
That's and we will have the ability to do it however we want, but when you have a non-sustainable funding source, you allocate those funds to one-time projects so you don't have an ongoing requirement for funds beyond the point in time.
Which is mostly capital projects, which
capital
got
projects.
gutted
Right,
the year
which
that we had the pandemic.
all the
So street repairs, all
Right.
kinds of capital projects that did not happen that year.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And I'll make sure and get that worksheet out to all of council.
Okay. Okay, so what we're giving them, council, is direction on how to spend this first portion of the ARP monies. They will come back to us with specific spending projects, but now is the time for you to express any concern about the direction that we're headed here, because we're giving Laura guidance on how to move forward on specific projects.
Understanding that we still have to allocate the second tranche.
That is correct.
It will have more flexibility than this one, although this is all pretty low-hanging fruit, or at least what we estimated was low-hanging fruit with regard to previous input from council. There will still be a need for a second allocation of broadband funding in that second tranche. But outside of that, there is not going to be a revenue recovery allocation.
Potentially. They allow us to continue calculating.
Unless they provide additional
exactly.
Time period for us
We'll
to
continue looking at it. Yep.
But at this point, we don't have indication that they will, although they could.
And I'm very hopeful that some of those grants are going to hit.
Right.
And that maybe the governor's office is going to help us on broadband.
So we do anticipate there might be more flexibility in that second tranche. So if you do have things that you want to add in that's not in this, if we legally can, we will research that and do it.
So I do have a little bit more clarification, if I can ask it.
A question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, did you have? Go ahead, Howard. I'll wait.
I'm curious. We're talking about how to spend $19 million.
Yes, sir.
What did the asks add up to? 100 million?
Oh, yes. Yes. I think some of our internal groups that have some projects on here could easily spend over 100 million by themselves. So, yes, the asks have been large. There's some newer ones that have come in recently that we're continuing to look at. And again, that's kind of, I guess, the beauty of asking council to approve this in 2 steps is that we can continue learning from what's out there from the Treasury Department, learning from these consultants we now have access to with Bloomberg, and really digging through all the asks, and then bringing another set of recommendations to council for the next $19.8 million.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so I probably need to be corrected here because I'm going to throw out an idea and just want to make sure I'm thinking clearly. So 11.2 is funded based on the calculation into the general fund. Then the outlines on that are one-time projects, capital expenditures, right? CapEx.
It is for city services, but again, we would not recommend ever using one-time dollars to fund ongoing.
Correct. Yes, so as an example, like let's say lights for the softball, baseball complex. Mm-hmm. That would be a one-time project, the way we would probably look at that if that's going to last for tens of years.
Well, I will say technically and legally, you could. The purpose of it, though, is to supplant or replace funding for projects that you weren't able to do or chose not to do during the coronavirus because you were dialing things back. So to the intent, it would be to do those capital projects that we didn't do. And since that's not one of the ones we didn't do, I mean, we haven't done it, but it's not one of the ones we chose not to do that we had previously planned to do. Mm-hmm. So legally, yes, we can. And then the other part was just an observation on what the intent was and
Is your intent to bring those spending decisions back in front of the council, though?
Yes, absolutely.
And will that happen through the next budget process?
Not necessarily. This would authorize us to have this $11.2 million to go back into general fund, and then any spending beyond that, we would have to, especially for anything this dollar amount, we would be bringing those back for individual approvals. And what we could have council do at that time is we could say, here's a project, here's a contract for a project, and this is specifically coming from that revenue recovery that we captured from the ARPA. We could do that. If council directs us to, we could certainly go through a budget process, but more or less, this project plan, for the lack of a better term, this is almost like authorizing a budget. This is the plan for the spending of these funds, and then we would bring the individual expenditures back to council for your individual approval once
each expenditure in excess of $50,000 would have to come to y'all for approval.
Yes.
So as far as the general fund dollars, you're coming back to us for approval on any of those projects?
On those projects. That is correct. Yes.
So, Mayor, may we ask for perhaps like a list that you have been given in asks and amounts of different types of projects? That way the council could see, oh, yes, that does qualify. So let's take the lights on the ball field as an example. Perhaps it wasn't one of the projects that you had scheduled, but it does go right to open air, outdoor health and well-being of the community. So if it would qualify, then we would see that as, hey, I would like to let you know or speak on that we're in favor of that. Otherwise, I think all we're getting is just maybe the directives that you guys are bringing before us as a yes or a no. So I would love an opportunity to see maybe a list.
We can absolutely provide a list that's far in excess of $11.25 million.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty straightforward. We can absolutely do that. And it's going to be a value-based decision on council's part. Where do I want to spend it? Do I want to spend it on parks? Do I want to spend it on streets? Do I want to spend it on a variety of other projects that we have one-time expenditure needs? So that's absolutely something that council will absolutely give you. We'll give you way more options than you're going to have money to spend on.
And
you
it
can
was
give us guidance on
it
how
was
to do
always going to be that way.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
was always your plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a predetermined way to spend all of that. However, there is far more need for one-time expenditures than what we are allowed access to through this
Revenue recovery.
line item.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is correct.
Yes, ma'am. I could have thrown in a lot more FARs, but I think I got the point.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Then we have a resolution proposed.
Yes, that is
It's in
correct.
your packet. So
Yes, and so all the resolution does is outline us to move forward with instigating purchases, contracts, projects within this outlined criteria as long as it meets the eligibility outlined in the American Rescue Plan Act. And so, and as you know, we would not deviate from that. Anyways, there are a lot of reporting requirements that we have back to the Treasury Department, and then we are always subject to an audit at a later point in time. So we will make sure all of our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted as we move forward on this spending.
This is a framework for spending that will guide us
correct.
as we formulate projects to bring to council for approval.
okay. Do we have a motion on this item then?
Yes, we do, Mayor. I move to approve Resolution 10-12-21-3, which approves a project plan for the first installment of the American Rescue Plan Act funding in the amount of $19,838,158.50 to be exact, in accordance with eligible uses identified in the interim final ruling issued May 17, 2021, and the subsequent frequently asked questions provided by the United States Department of the Treasury.
Second.
It's been moved by our Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve a resolution. We had all that detail in the motion. At this time, if there's any discussion on the motion, we can hear that. Anyone? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All of those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. We got 5, so that's going to pass with a 5-0 vote. All right. Thank you, Laura. I know a ton of work has gone into that, and it still lays in front of you a lot of work, but we really appreciate you and your team on all the research that you've been doing. Okay. Moving on to the next item on our agenda, which is item 3C, and that is consideration of ordinance number 7926. Mr. City Manager.
How's that?
Microphone.
This is the second reading of the North Heights Phase 1 rezoning project. We have Andrew Freeman, Assistant City Manager, to present the item.
Excuse me, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, with all due respect.
As I said earlier, I will always defer to the council member.
Thank you. Well, these next two items, these two ordinances that we're going to look at, of course, we've had several meetings, several discussions, and we've had citizens within the North Heights community in reference to Phase 1, which is on the north side of Amarillo Boulevard, and then Phase 2, which is on the south side of Amarillo Boulevard. Then we've also had a petition for citizens who are against the rezoning, as well as other documents in favor of the rezoning. So as we have known, so Mayor, in your absence last month, which you're not aware of, but I was sort of driving this bus, and the bus, I feel like I might have been thrown under the bus and then having to change the oil in the tires while I was under there. So anyway, we have a community that is kind of split or at odds. And so I have agonized over the rezoning piece for quite some time now. And the only workable solution for me, as well as for my fellow council members, because we are not on the same page either, but I feel like that we need to postpone both of these items, and we need to look at, again, going back to the citizens in the North Heights community and having a community solutions meeting. Now, this is just a proposal, and we would need to have a mediator present so we could listen to, this would give all of the citizens within the North Heights community an opportunity to be able to express their concerns, and maybe council and staff, we have to go back and look at a workable solution for rezoning that is going to, for citizens to be in favor of, and for the rezoning to be in compliance, because again, we've got individuals that are at odds. We're just not on the same page. And I think council would agree with that.
So is that a motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yes, I'm going to make that motion in a moment, but yes, it will be. And I think that the meeting needs to be maybe in a neutral location, maybe on a Saturday, however staff can do it, for, again, for citizens on both sides to have an opportunity for us to try to come up with a solution for the rezoning, because there are certain areas within the North Heights community that really need to be rezoned. I mean, we need structure.
Okay.
So yes, I would move to postpone item C, which is consideration of ordinance number 7926, and then also ordinance number 7939 until a later date.
Okay. Brian, check me here. So what we need to do is have discussion on the motion to postpone, correct?
You can, yes. A postponement for indefinite is debatable, so you can discuss it if you wish.
Okay. So at this time, council, do we have a second on that motion? I guess I need to see if we even have a second on the motion to postpone. I'm going to second it because I want us to talk about it. Okay. Now, we can talk about it, whether or not to postpone is the right idea. Frida has shared her thoughts with us. I appreciate your thinking on that,
Thank
Frida.
you. I appreciate that.
Anybody else want to share their thoughts on it?
Yeah, I'll share our thoughts. I don't know that I completely agree with postponing both of them. I think part one is pretty clear cut. I think we need to go ahead and vote on part one. Part two is completely up in the air. So here's some problems that I've had with part two. So planning and zoning, they voted it down 4-3, and they didn't give us any guidance at all. They just voted it down and walked away, and that's not okay. That's my first problem. My second problem is something has to be done, and we can't do status quo because there are properties that are in violation of the current zoning. Am I correct?
Yes.
And so the way that I see this is if we don't do anything, then something needs to be done about the properties that are currently in violation. You can't have your cake and eat it too. I think so. Therefore, I think there needs to be something done about, I think the one that's up in arms at this point in time is, I think the stuff that is south of
Amarillo Boulevard.
I think there needs to be some discussion about it. I think the one north of Amarillo Boulevard, I think there was some pretty good consensus on the way that was. I think that was pretty well decided. I think we should still vote on that one. I think tabling and having, if you want to have a community solutions meeting with, there's more than two parties involved in this. There's multiple parties involved in this, I think. And so I'm more than happy to be available for a community solutions meeting for Part B. But I think Part A should be cut out. We go ahead, vote on it, and move on down the road with that part. I thought that was pretty cut and dry.
One of the things I think Andrew was going to do in his presentation was update us on the fact that there's been a protest filed with regard to Part 1, the northern part of Amarillo Boulevard, and it changes the number of votes required to pass it. So that's a new piece of information to you that was going to come in Andrew's presentation. So maybe we should pause and talk about that.
A little bit of detail on that, Mayor. And y'all, if we want Andrew to come up and make a very brief presentation, you can. You've got it queued up. But if 20% of the landowners affected or within the 200-foot notice area of a rezoning protest that rezoning, then it no longer requires a majority of council. It then requires a supermajority of council, which is 75% or more. In this case, with 5 council members present, it would require 4 people voting yes, understanding that the first vote on it, we're talking about the second vote today, understanding that the first vote was 3-2. That is something that is a variable to be considered, that you almost certainly weren't aware of, so I apologize for that. That was something that we've been calculating even up to this morning, understanding do we have that or not, because protests have been coming in, then they were being rescinded, but it is still in excess of 20%. So it will require a supermajority at this time.
It is in excess of 20%.
Yes, sir.
Which means it would take 4 votes to pass Part 1. And I mean, that protest is new information to us as a council. In my mind, it does make some sense to pause, go back around, have another conversation about it. Postponing the item means we can put a pin in it and we don't lose all of the work that's been done to this point.
Because we still need to move forward with the project, but realizing we have just as many citizens that are protesting against as we do for. And so right now it's kind of in my mind, it's kind of like we're at a standstill, or it's more or less like a tie, if you will.
Councilmember Smith.
Well, this is a different idea that's coming up, and I'm thinking about it. Right now, I kind of lean towards going in and voting on Part A, and just because, and I don't know how that'll come out, but if it doesn't have a 4-1, it failed, but that doesn't mean we couldn't do just what she said. We could still get people together and see if there's some compromise. and go back if it fails. So I'm still thinking about it.
Okay. Do you have any thoughts you want to share, Cole?
So I'm always willing to go back to the table and hear and listen and look at it again. I think that is what we need to do. However, in the way of seeing any new information on this or being willing to change my vote, I wouldn't. So I'm against or in opposition to rezoning anybody's personal property against their will. And because of that being a principle, then I know where I'm going to stand moving forward. So I'm not going to move on my stance. However, my stance has always been that we need to look for incentives, empowerment zones, and other ways that we can help the neighborhood and that we can help our community in creating homeowners and business owners. So if we could talk about some of those things, I think that's very productive. I think that we're overlooking one aspect here in the way of taking a community of willful rezone applicants and letting them apply themselves and being able to pull the community together that way where maybe you do have compatible usages and that, Andrew Freeman and his staff, Emily, can really do something with what is there, which is these people want to be zoned differently and this pulls this part in or that part in. Maybe then you do have a George Chapman that could come to the table and say, I like what you're doing, let me get on board. So if we could look at that, then I think that that's helpful. However, in the way that it's been presented with what we have in front of us, I don't know that it's helpful to table the item indefinitely.
This would be postponing, not tabling.
Yeah,
Will you be postponing?
I'm not an advocate of tabling these two ordinances, so I don't want to do that. I want to just postpone, because in my mind there is a difference.
There definitely is in Robert's rules.
Well, it's true. Yeah.
So then in the difference of outcomes, help me understand in the compromise of bringing things together, do you, Frida, think that there would be individuals that would be willing to be rezoned if the zoning was different and you brought that option back on the table? Or are we just looking for, what is the best usage of this neighborhood with the willing applicants that you have?
No, I'm hearing the citizens loud and clear on both sides in the neighborhood. And so, again, we need to give them an opportunity to come together because, yes, there are citizens that want to be rezoned. And I always go back to this analogy. If I were to build a $200,000 home within the North Heights area, nice home, nice land, I don't want somebody to be able to move in and have a manufactured home there or a restaurant there. That's not what I want. I mean, I don't want a restaurant across the street from my house. I can guarantee you, again, we hear this all the time, right, Councilmember Stanley? You go to Southwest Amarillo, that's just not going to happen. You're not going to see it in the colonies. You're not going to see it in the greenways. As a matter of fact, you won't see it in most parts of Southwest Amarillo. I'm not saying all by any means. But I just want compatible land uses in the area to be rezoned accordingly. I mean, there are lots of citizens that live in the North Heights area that would love to be able to drive into their neighborhood and it looks somewhat close to, to maybe a greenways or just a subdivision in the southwest part of Amarillo that is not a homeowners association, but it's just a nice place to live. I mean, as someone who moved back to Amarillo, it was just shocking to me to be in the North Heights area, and there's no, I couldn't even ride my bicycle because we didn't have any sidewalks. I mean, and that was just unusual, with my background and just living all over the United States as well as outside. Not asking for a lot, just asking, to have compatible uses throughout the neighborhood. And just things and amenities that the rest of the city has.
Pardon my interruption. Will you take input from the community?
Right now, Mr. Gasway, we're discussing that motion to postpone. So if we move forward and we get to the item, and even if we don't, then let me hold on that for now. Okay, I understand. But right now, I really want to keep this a council conversation as we're discussing the motion to postpone.
Yeah.
Okay, council, any other thoughts before we vote on that motion to postpone?
I don't feel like I'll change my position either. And my position is I'm against the government changing zoning for someone. People can apply to change it. Anybody can. And so I think we don't need to postpone it. I think we go ahead and vote on Part A.
I understand. Okay, so I really appreciate everybody sharing their thoughts. It's a hard issue. There's nothing easy about it. But at this time, I'm going to call for a vote on the motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, and that motion is to postpone the item indefinitely. And the motion was made with regard to both items 3C and 3D.
Correct.
Postpone both of them indefinitely. So that's the motion that's on the table. At this time, those who are in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, those opposed? Okay, so we have 3 votes to postpone indefinitely, 2 votes to not postpone, so the motion to postpone indefinitely will carry. So at this time, what that means is we are not going to consider 3C and 3D. I know, though, that some of you have patiently come and been here to be a part of that conversation. Brian, procedurally, do I have the discretion just to do essentially a public address moment here to allow anybody who wants to come to the podium to address us on the topics of 3C or 3D?
It is on a notice posted agenda. However, because of the nature of one of these items that was included in it, having a public hearing, I would advise against it just because of the record that you're trying to create, having to do going forward. But it is on the posted agenda and people are here. So under the Open Meetings Act, you can probably do this. You just may not, the record may not be as pristine as it could be.
So we have a public hearing scheduled on 3D. However, if the result of the postponement and the subsequent conversations result in something different than what's in front of council right now, if we did the public hearing now, we would still have to do the public hearing again at a later time.
Right, and so I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Yes, and I'm okay with doing the public hearing at a different time as well.
Right. This would not check the box for a
No,
public
that's right.
hearing on item 3D. But what it does do is allow citizens who have come to talk to us about this issue to have a chance for us to hear the things they wanted to say. So at this time, then, I would like to just hand it back to our moderator. And if you have a comment for, on, or against items 3C or 3D, I think at this time you can raise your hand and we'll...
I would like to, since Mr. Gasaway did sign up and has raised his hand, I was going to start these conversations with Mr. Gasaway. So, Mr. Gasaway, if you'd like to go ahead and come to the podium, you're welcome to. You do have the 3-minute allotment, and at 2.5 minutes, the buzzer will ring that you've got 30 seconds. So you're welcome to come and state if you're for, on, or against this item.
Good afternoon. Timothy Gasaway, 1604 Northwest 20th. I'm rather disappointed, Frida, because this has been a very tumultuous kind of situation. We've met with North Heights Advisory Association to try to, if you will, work out the details. There were no details to be worked out. This is about the property owners. The first time I came in front of this podium, I said it was about the process, the implementation, that you didn't have the key stakeholders at the table. The key stakeholders, property owners, over 20% have signed the petition. They don't want this. They don't want to be rezoned. Postponing it, you're just postponing the inevitable. I sent emails early on in the summer to the city manager and to Mayor Ginger that this process, this was dividing the community. This is continuing to divide the community. But people have spoken by signing that petition. And I can't tell you that the process in which we got here did not have key stakeholders, business owners, property owners, and that's why we're here. North Heights Advisory Association, I've said this before as well, they do not have the depth in the North Heights community to speak for anyone. And this is the problem with this process. You got the wrong people giving you data. So bad data gives you bad outcomes. We work with staff as far as trying to come up with a compromise plan. We were willing to compromise. And that compromise was in part one, instead of getting rid of all of the MF1, was to give us something that was workable. And what was workable from what we came up with was make it moderate density. That's one step down. They pushed that away like it didn't mean anything to them. So we were forced to get to this point today, to go out, get those petitions signed, and to walk away from it now. That's a pretty coward way to go about legislating this body.
Well, I think what I heard proposed was that we would have a chance to come around a table together. So I'm really glad to know that you want to consider working together, looking for a compromise, and being around the table together, because that's what I heard. That's what I heard in the motion, was a chance to come back around the table together on what has been a challenging issue.
That challenging issue could have been addressed 3 or 4 months ago.
Then I would ask for your grace.
I don't know if it can be addressed at this point.
I believe in your leadership, Mr. Gasaway, and I would ask for your grace that as we, as citizens and neighbors, try to work on the issue for the betterment of the neighborhood, that you would come with a growth mindset and an attitude of grace.
I don't mean to interrupt you. One closing comment. The vote today that should have occurred, had it occurred, does not mean that we were not willing to address pressing zoning problems and issues. We had to get in front of the ball to literally stop the ball from being run over is why we're here today. Does that mean
and now
6
we have
months?
that.
Does that mean 6 months we can't talk about how to proceed or how to, if you will, soften up some areas with some zoning changes? No. But
I look forward to those conversations.
It's too big. I look forward to the conversation as well.
Good, good. Thank you very much for that.
Ma'am, please come forward to the podium. Hi there. Please state your name and whether you're on, for, or against the item, please.
My name is Francetta Mitchell Crow, and I'm against this item. I'm not against improvement for our community. I'm not against progression for our community. We need it. And it has been years and years and years and years. I started working with my community and serving the city and my community when I was 18 years old. I'm 71 now, and I'm tired. I'm tired of trying to get the right thing done and done the right way. And this was not done the right way. If they had called the property owners that this was affecting to the table at the beginning, we wouldn't be here now. But they didn't do it. They took us for granted like we were stupid and uneducated and we didn't know what was going on. And they decided they were just going to trample over us and run over us and do what they wanted to do and make decisions about our property without our input. And that is not fair, it's not democratic. So now here we are now today. The city has wasted up money. The community is divided, and I mean it's divided. I don't mean a little bit, I mean it's divided now. I don't feel like Frida Powell should have had any vote in this in one way or the other because I feel like it was a conflict of interest. I don't know if she sits on the board with the North Hike Advisory Committee. I don't know how her part is in it. I don't know what she sees that this is going to change our community. Because it's not. Because if you all vote it through, it's not going to change one thing tomorrow morning. Nothing is going to be improved. You're talking about businesses coming. Who wants to bring a business over in a community that's completely, totally rotted down to the ground? Not because the community is not keeping up their property, but the city of Amarillo is not doing their job. They're not maintaining the alleys. They're not maintaining vacant lots. They're not maintaining abandoned property. They're doing nothing. But yet you know what's best for us. Yet you know what we need, but nobody brought us to the table. You picked an organization that nobody voted in. They put themselves in. And then you took their word as to what they know what's best. And that's not fair. It's not democratic. And I'm so disappointed in the city council in the city of Amarillo now that I don't even know nothing else to say.
Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Nelson.
Yeah, I wanted to.
For transparency's sake and with all due respect to Ms. Francetta Crow, I do want to let her know that I do not sit on the North Heights Advisory Board. I am not a member of that board, and I have not made any decisions with regards to that particular board. So, for transparency,
do you have any other conflicts in this situation?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. And then, Mr. City Manager, I just wanted to ask about as far as process. I mean, the city does enforce, just like it does code enforcement all across the city. I mean, as far as vacant lots and things like that, if you, ma'am, have a vacant lot that you think needs attention, I hope that you would call the city, the code enforcement department, so that we could be made aware of that, because there's absolutely, yes, there's no reason that we wouldn't want to take action on that. Same thing with alleys, calling solid waste if there's an alley that needs cleanup.
I want to share this with you, and I haven't because I didn't know who to address it to. I think I did talk to Frida about it once. I stay at 1508 North Hughes. There's a food truck across the street from me that stays open to 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning when they want to, standing out there drinking beer and smoking weed and whatever. Nobody does anything about that.
Ma'am, have you called the police department about that?
I've called them 1,000,000 times. Don't you think I wouldn't have called them?
I'm asking because I just want to be sure.
I called them. Okay, there's a vacant lot on one side of me. Fayreen Johnson owns that. She maintains it. She cuts it every so often. But I pick the trash up out of it every day. There's a vacant house on the other side of me that the people are absentee property owners. They live in California. I got their address and everything. I have been paying the same guy that does my yard every 2 weeks to keep the property on next to me, keep it cut down, and keep the weeds down so skunks and squirrels and possums and everything else that lives wild won't crawl over into my yard and eat my little dog up while he's out trying to do his business. I've been paying them since 2008. I can get him up here, and on my iPad I can show you where the weeds have grown up so high in the back that I'm scared to let him go out in the back now. But I can't get anybody in the city to come down through there. You got they told me you had a new supervisor that was riding through North Heights, Amarillo. See, the reason why I know what's not right, and I'm sorry, I don't want to sound hostile or angry or disrespectful to you all because I respect my city council. But I have called and called and called. That first major cleanup that they had where the city, all of the different real estate people came with trucks and everything. I'm the one that spearheaded that. And what they're doing now saying clean up, that's not the clean up. I got my information from Dustin McGuire, which was Keep Amarillo Beautiful at that time. And she got the pattern that we used from Odessa and Midland. They had already implemented the cleanup there. And that was the process they told us to take, and that's what we took. But once you clean something up, you got to put something in place to maintain it. You got to keep on cleaning it. Don't clean itself up. So Deborah McCart, she was the mayor at that time. She would not allocate and help us to get anything in place. We wanted to create jobs. We wanted to give men that had their own equipment opportunities. They say, well, the city, we don't have enough people there to do that, to maintain those lots and maintain those absentee landlords and that. But nothing ever came of it. And it's in the same condition then that it is in now. And that's what made me so sad. I put all of my energy and life and time into trying to make a positive change in our community. And it's still in the same condition that it was then. So that tells me it's not our little houses that we keeping our grass and edge and keeping it. It's the vacant lots and the abandoned houses and the old trees. We tried to get the city to address the old trees back then. Those trees fell under FEMA. We didn't do that. There was an ice storm that came through. But we still got them laying down on the ground. It's not like that in no other part of the city. I don't see that. But we asked. We come to you. We've done everything we could this time to come to you all. We asked for an audience with the city. We asked for an audience with the zoning board. We asked for an audience with the North Heights Amarillo Association. And we did not get any kind of positive response. So what do the city council expect us to do? Now you want to postpone it indefinitely. So our community can stay in confusion indefinitely and stay broke up and raggedy and nasty indefinitely.
Ma'am. So I would be more than happy to have a meeting with you if you don't mind. Kat, do you mind getting with her after this meeting? So to my knowledge, I've not gotten a message at the mayor's office, but let's get a meeting so that we can have a conversation.
I love that. I appreciate it.
We can have a conversation about that.
Thank you very much. And I want to
thank you for coming today to share your thoughts.
I want to thank you, and I want to thank you for helping us, because you understand property is the one thing as an American everybody looks forward to have your own piece of property. I don't care if it's big as this seat and it's got a key and a door. You can go in there and lock it. It's yours, your privacy. Nobody can run you and tell you what to do with it. But now you guys are telling us what's best for our property. Well, somebody needs to start paying the taxes on it since they want to run it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will.
Okay. Do we have any? Kat, or are there any other speakers who want to speak?
Is there anyone else who'd like to address Mr. Brashears?
And I saw Mildred Darton, too.
And Mildred, okay.
Ms. Mayor, did you get my message from the city attorney concerning the First Amendment?
I bet I did, Mr. Brashears. I'm sorry if I don't remember the specifics of it.
New York Times versus L.B. Sullivan, 1964. You didn't get that?
Well, I might have, sir. I'm sorry. I don't recall the specifics of it. But
anyhow.
If you asked him to give it to me, I'm confident he gave it to me.
Okay.
And pardon my lack of ability to remember.
Okay. I respect you for that. I am really shocked. And Ms. Frieda, the reason why I brought that up about the First Amendment, L.B. Sullivan was a voted-in commissioner, and there were some rough things said. And the Supreme Court stands with freedom of speech. As long as I don't cuss you out, Frieda Powell, as long as I don't attack you.
Now, Mr. Brashears, I just want to correct. I'd like for you to address the council as a whole, not calling out one member in particular,
well,
please.
Now, that's what I was talking about.
Well, and you have the right to do that, but we're not going to do personal attacks here. She has her right to say. She has her right to say a position.
You talk, and then I'll talk. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just meant we're here to be addressed as a council, and you can.
But I want to tell you something Frieda Powell did. Can I do that?
Yes, you can.
Okay. What I want to tell you what Frieda Powell did, she lied. Now, here's the beautiful part about it. She can say she didn't, but tapes don't lie. Frieda Powell said that her and Eddie Sauer was not going to vote on this. I got her on tape. She said it. Then Frieda Powell said that my property was light commercial. And she led everybody to believe that. My property is heavy commercial. I believe if you're going to be a council member, and I know you're grooming her to be the mayor. I know what you're doing, and that's okay. I'm not going to vote for her because I don't like to talk with people who speak with a forked tongue. Like I said, I got the tapes. You can say what you want to say. Listen to the tapes, and the tapes will tell you that she is lying.
He is still attacking
one
member, and he shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brashears. I've had another council member say that he feels like you're attacking our council member here in particular. So you've made your point that you disagree with her statement.
I want to show you something else here.
I think your time is up, Mr. Brashears.
No, my time is not up. I mean, you took part of
I'll give you another 30 seconds.
Now, right here in this blue space right here, you see there, that little red spot there? If you get a chance to look at it, that's heavy commercial. That one spot right there. Right at about, right at North Polk, right there in Fillmore. Now, you're not bothering him. But I'm the black guy. I'm over here, I'm heavy commercial, you're trying to change mine. That looked like a double standard to me. So all you got to do is just look at it. Can I hand it to you?
Sure, if you don't mind, just pass it maybe to Councilmember Sauer. Thank you.
See right here? That's the white man. You're not bothering him. But I'm the black man.
Mr. Brashears, this came to us from people in the neighborhood. So I just want to say very clearly.
I just wanted to let you know. I just wanted you to know that.
Thank you.
And now everybody else want to kiss up and say, "Man, y'all, I'm sorry, I don't want it." Not me. I think you're wrong.
Thank you. We appreciate your sharing your opinion with us. We really do.
Is there anyone else who'd wish to speak on this topic? Ms. Darton.
I want to get that back to you.
Okay. We'll give it back to you.
Mildred Dorton, 2005 Northwest 14th. Mayor, council members. I stand here today to say I have started with this North Heights planning 5 years now. From day one, I've been here. I've done my best. People that wanted to be part of that planning process had the opportunity. People that wanted to be part of the rezoning process also had that opportunity. The city planners have gone above and beyond to send out notices. We put out flyers. We've had the announcements on Facebook. Even though I don't do Facebook, I try to keep my face in a book. But they've had opportunities to come. They chose not to come. We've done everything possible to get people to come out to the meetings, even giving cash prizes at the door. We've done all that we could do. They didn't come. Maybe they'll come if the mayor invite them. Maybe they'll come if Councilmember Cole invite them. We've done all that we could do with what we had to work with. The list that you see in the front of that neighborhood plan booklet, that was kickoff night. Standing room only. As the process proceeded, they fell off one by one, including Ms. Crow. She was a part at the beginning. We don't know why she stopped coming. Nobody did invite. But the door has always been open. We've always tried to make announcements. The churches would not make announcements for community activities. So we went from church to church, putting flyers on windshield of vehicles. We ran out of options. We ran out of funds, but we continued. We saw it through. Personnel changed with the city, but the plan never changed. We continued to do what we had to do. And rezoning is what we need to do. Rezone to get businesses so that money in our community, at least some of it, will stay in our community. We have no funds. Every time we get a check, we've got to go across town to buy what we need. Shoes, purse, groceries, whatever. All we would like to have is a fighting chance for those coming behind us. When I grew up here, we had everything we needed. We had 4 grocery stores, 2 dentists, a medical doctor, 3 schools. We weren't on the bus stop. The ones coming behind me have been on that bus stop for over 50 years. All we're asking for is a chance. The neighborhood plans will work if we are allowed to work them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this item?
Hello, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Gabe Irving. I live at 6326 Cayley, and I also own property in the zoning revision parameters. I have been to all of the neighborhood meetings and to the public meetings that I was notified of. So I've done my very best to be at all of this. I've also tried very hard to explain the ramifications and possible solutions to this program. I don't think that anything has changed since the first meeting that I've went to. I think that the staff and the association, whoever is ramrodding it, has been doing nothing but keeping it the status quo. And it's been true when it's been said that the opposition opinion has not been taken. That being said, I will say that the current zonings that are in place allow for businesses to come to this area. The proposed zonings will do nothing but restrict it. And that's market conditions, of course. It'll keep it from happening. It'll impose new building codes, new, let's say, snares for development. And so I am obviously opposed to it, and I ask that y'all also be opposed to it. I know that there are many important things about this program, such as the crime prevention, the sidewalks and streetscapes, trash removal, parks. All these things have been great. Even the economic development have been great parameters that we should be focused on. That has nothing to do with zoning. Zoning is only a limitation in this equation. Or the rezoning is only a limitation. I'm sorry. I would hope that you all consider yourselves, your properties as well. You know, if someone were to say that your uses couldn't be allowed in the in your buildings that you own, how catastrophic that would be to your investments. And this investment that I have is to take my kids to college, hopefully. So I'm very critically inclined to making sure that it works, and it works under its current zonings. I do believe that any property owner who has property in this deal can easily, under the current codes, without your permission, without the Planning and Zoning Commission permission, go and downgrade their zonings. They can downgrade them to however low they want it to be. And that does actually affect me as a neighboring property owner because it affects the things within radius of those properties if they're downgraded. I think that's an easy way at zero cost for the property owners in this neighborhood to change the zoning or to create the structure that they prefer for their property. I do not appreciate anyone trying to enforce and reduce the rights that I have as a property owner and the rights that I purchased as a property owner. Appreciate y'all's consideration. I do know it's tough. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Irving. At this time, is there anyone else who would like to speak on or for? Okay, please come to the podium. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Arvell Williams, 1313 Northeast 3rd. I've already stated my position. The only thing I want to point out is through this entire 9 meetings that I've been to, the deal has always been slanted. We come to this meeting, we have 3 minutes to speak. The last meeting, it was reduced to 2 when everybody came prepared to have 3 minutes to make their rebuttals and remarks. City staff stands up here and goes on, and at the other meetings they've gone ad infinitum. It just never ended. They had all of the visuals. We can't even express a full, complete objection to it or position about it because we're standing up here under a time limit and everybody else is not. One other thing, the people that have said about the trash pickup, I own a property there, and the very night of the first meeting, I tried to drive down my alley, and I could not, and it was not my trash. It was other people's limbs. It was on the north end of the block where my property's on the south. I spent probably 30 minutes in the city manager's office, and I kept getting this. Promised to call me back over 4 items. Lose my number?
I don't recall meeting with you.
I just think that we don't get the consideration unless we're a member and in step with some of the thinking that's in the city government. But we can sure pay the bills. You don't have a problem collecting the trash fees, but you do have a problem collecting the trash. And I just want a fair representation in any future meetings and an opportunity to speak as uninhibited as city staff does when they're trying to convince the committee or you or whoever it is. We have an equal opportunity. And I understand the reasons that there are limited, but you have to give somebody a chance to give a real voice and to plead a real case. You had more time a while ago to the issue of that rezoning with 300 feet than you're doing for 814 acres. We have no chance to put it, and yours was just over alcohol consumption, not over a permanent right, and not branding of the property non-conforming with us having to bring it in at some point in time.
Mr. Williams, would you be willing to meet with me also?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do we have contact information for him, Kat?
I do.
Okay. Great. We'll reach out and set a meeting, please, sir. And you're absolutely right that your trash should be picked up. You should receive absolutely the same services that every other citizen who pays taxes and those fees pays in our city. I think you have 100% agreement from the council as well as staff on that. Any other speakers, Kat?
Right. At this time, we will close public address.
I know this is a hard issue, folks. It's hard for y'all. It's hard for us. I really appreciate everyone who spent their time and invested being here today. I know you were away from your business. or whatever it was that you would have spent your time doing this afternoon. So very much so, on behalf of the council, I want to thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts. Always, the mayor's office, 378-6445. If you feel like you're not being heard, that's my job, is to take those phone calls and be responsive. So I hope all of you will use that phone number. We'll be obviously setting some meetings so that we can have longer conversation on this topic. But I just want to thank everyone for their time today. And I know we've got a comment from Councilmember Smith. I want us to do this well, even though we're not all going to agree. We can do it respectfully, and we can do it showing honor to each other, recognizing that people are going to have differences in opinions on this. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I want to bring up something people may not have thought of. It's the mechanics of what could happen. Let's say Cole got sick. I hope you don't. And I'm feeling fine myself. But let's say he did and he was in the hospital. And so we had 4 members. It could be brought up because the requirement is 3/4 of the vote. And he said how he would vote. Mm-hmm. So 3/4 could vote to pass it. I wouldn't like that. If it was me, I don't think he'd like it. I'm basically disappointed that we're postponing, and I very much respect Frida, and I will defend her if people are attacking her every time. They don't have any business doing that. I'd make a motion, if we're going to continue to postpone, that all 5 have to be here, period.
I don't know procedurally what that looks like, Brian.
Mayor, I think that it's probably something that you and I have to talk about. I mean, if you tell Councilmember Smith that you won't put it on an agenda or won't consider it on an agenda when there's not 5, I mean, I think that's the best that can be done. There is no way to guarantee when we put an item on the agenda that a council member won't be absent. But I think whoever's presiding is going to have to make that commitment, and y'all will either trust each other or not on that. There is no...
And I know you trust me. There's no angle here to angle for there to be four present and move this issue. What I heard in the motion and what I voted for was to allow the community, along with council, to come back around the table, not lose the work that's been done on this, and figure out how we can find a compromise that could benefit the neighborhood. So I'm not looking for an angle, and if you need me to say, I'll give you my word that I want 5 members present if this is voted on again, I can give you my word on that, because I'm not looking to create a procedural issue here.
I trust you.
And I'm not looking for a win on either side. What I'm looking for is a win for the neighborhood.
What I'd really like, and I think it's possible, with Robert's Rules of Order, to reconsider something, whether to postpone or not.
You're making a motion to reconsider the motion we just voted on to postpone?
Yes.
Did you just make that motion?
I did.
Okay.
I may not get a second. But
Okay, Brian, just checking our process here. A motion to reconsider. I can hear pages turning in the Robert's Rules book behind me.
Do it if you want to.
Yeah, and you're not, Robert's Rules is a good guide. You're not.
I know, we're not bound by it. It's the guide that we agree to be operating under. Okay, so Councilmember Smith has made a motion to reconsider whether or not item 3C and 3D should be postponed. Did I fairly state that? Accurately state that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded to reconsider whether or not items 3C and 3D should be postponed. Do we have any discussion on that matter?
I'd like to discuss why I made that motion. I think if we don't postpone, we've waited a month to get to this point. People on both sides have been waiting for this time, and I think we just need to bring it to a closure. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't reevaluate what to do and get people together and get a compromise. If it passes the way I think it might, and we don't postpone, we go ahead and vote, then we can get together, people can get together and consider what to do. It would be right where we have been. I don't know if that makes sense. You can ask me questions, but that's what I think.
Okay. Anybody else want to share their thinking? Cole, you seconded it.
So I'm willing to reconsider it because I'm pretty eager in really doing something that helps that community and helps the city as a whole. And I'm still optimistic because I'm new. So, I really do think we can come together and get something done. But I have virtually no confidence that starting with rezoning will do anything. I feel like that's the, fourth, fifth piece in a puzzle. So I agree with Gabe. I think that a lot of what needs to happen can happen with the Community Solutions meeting. And so my vote to back up Frida on this and my vote to be willing to go and take more time and to sit and listen to the community as a whole is to make sure that I understand what's going on and that we're looking at all options. And I'm always in favor of that. But I'm reconsidering right now because I've listened to the side from Mildred of who's been involved in this with Francetta from the beginning. And I don't have the depth and I don't have the experience of the history with it that you guys do, but you've looked at this for a long time. And so I'm pretty confident that if we have another meeting, Community Solutions meeting, to try to direct staff to rezone a property here or there, that we're really still going the wrong direction. I feel like the right direction is to look at enforcing existing, policies and procedures, cleaning up the neighborhood, and trying to promote growth and business in that neighborhood through incentives and through other programs that we have. I just feel like the rezoning initiative is the wrong first step. And I'm not going to change my vote on the deal. So now that I have had a minute to kind of come full circle on this, I do see the need in the community to put this to some closure and to walk away from it, because if we continue to keep going, I think we delay what we really need, which is to look at what could actually have an outcome that Francetta would see something happen in the next year, not 20 or 30 years later when something grandfather clauses out.
Other thoughts? No? I'll share thinking that I feel like there's been so much work done on this project that what others are seeing as closure, I see as a disappointing and frustrating finish for at least half of the people involved. So I just would like to continue the conversation and continue the work without there being a winner declared on one side or the other. I think that's hard to come back around the table on if one side feels like they won. And this is, nobody's going to win this situation unless we all come around a table and come to a compromise together. So my hesitation in closing it and starting over is I feel like we're starting in the wrong stance around that table. And I think we can put a pause on it right now, not playing games, not trying to procedurally catch one member in the hospital so we can vote it out. I truly just would like to come back around the table, try harder for a compromise, listen deeper. If staff needs to improve, I know the staff. I know they're willing to improve. If council needs to listen more, this council is willing to listen more. Some of us have a fixed mindset, I think, toward what the solutions might be, but I don't hear that council member saying they're not willing to listen. So I just think there's a lot of opportunity in coming back around the table, and I don't see what it costs us to postpone for coming back around the table. Those are my thoughts on it.
And if it goes where we proceed on to vote on Part A, to me that's not winning. We still need to get together. I've heard people say that they're willing to get together and consider and help people change zoning if that's what they want to do. So I'm not trying to bring it to a closure if we don't talk about it more. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I just want both sides to come together in the North Heights community and everyone respect each other and respectfully listen to the different concerns that each individual has. I mean, because until we can respect each other, we can't even begin to get any projects done or completed. And it's important for us to come together, sit down, really listen. You know, I mean, I listen respectfully today, and I always try to make sure that when I'm in the community that I'm professional. I heard a lot of things that were said here today. That's well and good. You have that opportunity. You have that right to speak your mind. You have that right to say what's on your heart and how you feel. But until we can all, again, come together, sit down, respect each other, and have that conversation, we're still not going to be able to move forward on any project, because it's always going to be this group against this group.
What I want is some time to build lots of groups, not just a for or against group. I just feel like we need time to do that. Okay. Anybody else? So what we have to consider, council, is a motion to reconsider the postponement of items 3C and 3D. Are we ready to call the question?
What does that mean?
So if this
vote yes, what does it mean?
It means that you will reconsider the vote to postpone items 3C and 3D, which were done in one motion.
If you vote for the motion, then we're going to go back and consider 3C today.
And 3D.
And 3D. If you vote against the motion, they will remain postponed. So a vote yes is to vote today. A vote no is to postpone. Everybody understand that? I'm glad you clarified that, Eddie. Okay. All of those in favor of the motion, which means you want to go ahead and vote on 3C and 3D today, please raise your hand. 2 votes. All of those against the motion, which means you will postpone items 3C and 3D, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion fails on a 3-2 vote. Whew.
Thanks for reconsidering.
Yes, you're welcome. Okay, I think that carries us to the end of our agenda, and we have a meeting that starts in...
We actually have 2 more items.
Oh,
Sorry, Mayor.
we do?
Yeah, we...
Oh, we do. Okay, running tight on time.
Yes, ma'am. And we do have some snacks.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, item 3E is consideration of resolution 10-12-21-4, which is related to Potter Randall Appraisal District.
We've got City Secretary Stephanie Coggins to give us a very brief presentation on the item.
Folks, if y'all will go ahead and move on and take your conversation out, that'd be great. We can continue on with the business here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I know we're pressed for time, so we'll move through this quickly. The Potter Randall Appraisal District, I know y'all are familiar with what they do. On the next slide, they have two individual boards, one for Potter County and one for Randall County. This is their board of directors. The board of directors has 5 voting members plus the tax assessor collector for each county. This board for each county hires the chief appraiser, sets the budget, and appoints the appraisal review board members. And I just want to remind you, they don't have any authority to set values or appraisal methods. And so, as a tax unit under PRAD, the City of Amarillo is able to nominate and vote on members for these two boards. So this is a process we do once every 2 years. So they will, today we'll talk about the nominations. This is part 1. Once you give nominations, we'll turn those over, and on October 30th, around that time frame, we will get a ballot back from Jeffrey Dagley for each county, and then council will be able to cast their votes. So if you'll go to the next slide, and this is the slide we'll stay on for a little bit. These are the current rosters for both of the counties. You'll see the individuals in yellow have indicated their willingness to serve again. So for Potter County, there is one individual, Leon Church, who is not serving again. For Randall County, there are 3 individuals, Dennis Bean, James Barrington, and Tim Gilliland, who did not wish to serve again. So what we're asking council today is to nominate people to both the Potter and Randall County boards. Council can nominate anywhere from 1 to 5. So you can nominate those that wish to serve again, or if you have any individuals you know of in the community that live in Potter or Randall County that would like to serve, then we would welcome those as well. We have a resolution attached to this item, and so once we get the names and once a motion is made, if you choose to nominate, then we will fill the names into that resolution, and then we would have that signed and executed and sent over to PRAD. So any questions on the process?
The dates by their names, is that when they started?
Yes, sir. That is the first year they started serving on their respective boards.
Term is 2 years?
Mm-hmm. Term is 2 years. And so the nominations that we are talking about this year, they will start January of 22, and their last day would be December 31st of 23. And I will make one comment. The tax assessor collectors are on here, and the way that this operates is all under state law, under the property tax code. So they are non-voting members of the board, so you do not have to nominate them today unless you wanted them to be considered for a voting position.
So we can do up to 5 names for each county?
Yes, ma'am.
So our list could be as long as 10 people?
Yes.
Is anyone opposed to nominating the people that are willing to continue to serve? Is Mr. Shane still here?
Yeah, he walked out.
He walked out, okay. Because we could thank him for his service and his willingness to continue serving. Anyone opposed to nominating the people in yellow? Okay. So let's put that as a starting point.
Okay.
And then, do you have any suggestions for other names? We're super quiet.
Cities typically don't take a very active role in nominating appraisal district.
Well, and for a little bit of context, our total levy is $24.91 million in Potter. That represents 13% of the total levy they take in. So out of 5,000 votes, we get 665. So we're a smaller piece of the pie, similar to the tax dollar bills that you see during budget time that we split out. So for Randall County, we're 12.81% of that total levy.
So when it comes time to vote, we only get that much say in who these people are. We can nominate names, and they'll put a slate together the appraisal district does, right? Jeffrey does that for us.
Yeah. And each taxing entity gets to nominate, so when you get your ballot back, it's going to have more individuals than what you see here. And so you'll be able to vote on which of those 5 from that list, which 5 you want to cast your ballots to.
Let me see if this is what you want. I move to nominate in Potter County those marked in yellow. Is that what you want?
Yes.
Are you including Randall County's yellow marks too?
And you can do that as one motion since it's one resolution.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay.
So, Mayor, I have one name to nominate. Okay. If I can give you the name of Landon Moreland.
Okay, is he in Randall or Potter?
It'd be Randall County, I believe.
Give me that first name again, Mr. Stanley.
Landon.
Landon.
And Moreland, I think, is Morland.
Okay.
Thank you for that name. Anybody have opposition to Landon being on our slate of potential candidates?
Nope.
So I think then what we need, Howard, is an amendment to your motion that includes Landon.
Well, I so move. I'll add that to it.
You so amend?
Another motion.
Okay.
Came up with names.
Okay. Do we have a second to Howard's motion, which includes Landon? Okay. It's been moved by Councilmember Smith and seconded by Councilmember Sauer to include all of the folks in yellow who are willing to serve again, in addition to the name brought by Councilmember Stanley. What was his last name?
Moreland.
Moreland. Thank you. Landon Moreland. Okay. All of those in favor of submitting those names as potential people to serve, please raise your hand. Okay, that passes with a 5-0 vote.
And Ms. Stephanie, may I have a list of those names at your convenience?
Yes, ma'am. I
Thank
will
you.
get that
I
to
appreciate
everyone.
that.
Thank you.
Would you get it to Howard? You're going to get it to all of us? Okay.
Okay, yeah, that would be
Send an email
great.
to
Thank you,
everyone.
Mayor.
Okay, the last item is item 3F, which is a public hearing and consideration of Resolution 101221-5.
All right, Mayor, this item is I'm sorry, were you throwing it to me?
Yes, I'm throwing it to you.
This item is something that's been in the works for a long time, something we've been putting a lot of effort into. First from how do we address multimodal transportation, then how do we address the property, then how do we address funding, then how do we address design and all these other things. We are coming to a point where we're ready to start the design and actually the construction on the multimodal transit hub. We have Director of Transit, Marita Weldridge-Riley, to present the item. This would approve funding from the federal funding to both design and construct the multimodal transit hub on the west side of town, or west of downtown. So, Marita, you probably have a slide that'll show us exactly where it is and what it looks like.
Oh, I don't have anything.
Oh.
So this would speed it up.
We can bring that to you later.
Yes.
This will definitely speed the project and get it done and allow us to be able to move Greyhound in with us right there on the rails to trails, so we would have a true regional and local multimodal transit hub.
Almost.
Oh, did I say it not quite exactly
Well,
right?
we're about 0.3 of a mile, but we're going to work on that, getting that link.
Okay, yeah.
So this resolution is to accept grants that were in FY20 and FY21, 5307 operating and capital grants. We could have used them for operating, but we were able to use our CARES Act funds and our ARP funds for our operating through the majority of this year. And so these grants can then be used to construct our multimodal terminal that we've been working on since 2018. And so the match is in place. The City Council doesn't have to provide any additional dollars beyond what AEDC has provided, $1.2 million, and then the value of the land. And those will be used to match the $7,300,987. And answer any other questions, I guess.
Construction would start when, Marita?
Well, right now, this week, we're finishing evaluating already pre-qualified companies, and then we'll go and ask them for price and for the design, bid, and build. So they will design it, they will help manage the build, or the bid, and then the construction.
Okay, so not designed yet.
We have preliminary design. So we've done all the land work. We've got all our environmental work done. We've got a concept design that we have what the requirements of Greyhound are. We know what ours are. We have a kind of a preliminary site design. We've got the land, and the land has all been approved through the Federal Transit Administration, and we've been working with them to move this project forward.
Okay. Questions, council?
I got one question.
Yes, sir.
It's not a big question, but one figure is off $10. I don't know which one. The number that starts $3,491,036. On the second page, it's 046.
It's 046 is the correct one. I'm not doing well on numbers today.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out, Howard.
I believe the total of the two grants is correct, which is $7,300,000.
Not making a big deal about it. So we got a public hearing.
Yes, we do. Any other questions for Marita? Okay, at this time, thank you, Marita.
Thank you.
We'll open a public hearing on this matter. Anyone who wants to speak for, on, or against item 3F will have 3 minutes to do so. Is there anyone present who wants to speak? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this item and entertain a motion.
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve Resolution 10-12-21-5, accepting two federal grants totaling $7,300,987 to support the design and construction of a passenger terminal to serve Amarillo City Transit, Greyhound, and other local transportation providers.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Council Member Smith to approve this resolution. Any discussion on the item? I don't know. Okay, hearing none, all of those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Any opposed? Okay, that passes with a 4-0 vote. And with that, we have reached the end of our agenda. And
did I miss out?
You missed by 20 seconds. And I was trying to decide hold it or not hold it, but I think we were okay.
Well, I couldn't.
Yet, please do not. We are adjourned. Too soon.